Okay, I'll declare the meeting open. I'm Darcy Byrne. I'm the Mayor of the Inner West. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and by paying respect to their elders, both past and present. We've got a request from Councillor Shetty to participate remotely. All other councillors are in attendance. Councillor Stevens will move to accept that request. Seconded by Councillor Lockie. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Now, the next item is the notice of webcasting, but I have noted that there are a number of people who are filming the proceedings. Council requires a resolution of the elected body to allow the filming of proceedings. Would someone wish to propose that? Councillor Lockie, is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll also note that the proceedings, as is required by the Local Government Act, are broadcast live onto YouTube and recorded there for posterity. And we're required to let you know about that at the beginning of the meeting, because it means that the comments you might make tonight are in the public domain and can have legal ramifications. I'll now read the Statement of Ethical Obligations. The Mayor and Councillors are bound by the oath or affirmation of office made at the start of the council term to undertake their civic duties in the best interests of the people of the Inner West Council, and to faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act or any other act to the best of their skill and judgment. It is also a requirement that the Mayor and Councillors disclose conflicts of interest in relation to items listed for consideration on the agenda or which are considered at this meeting in accordance with Council's Code of Conduct and Code of Meeting Practice. Are there any disclosures of interest tonight, councillors? Councillor Howard.
Thank you. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 9, the Local Traffic Committee meeting of 17th of June and 15th of July, as I work in the Ministerial Office of the Minister for Transport, who in her capacity as a member for Summerhill has a representative on the Local Traffic Committee. I will remain in the meeting during discussion and voting as the vote of the state member is exercised through a representative. I declare a significant pecuniary interest in item 15, Inner West Cycling Update, as my primary residence is located on one of the streets where works are being discussed. I will leave the chamber for discussion and voting on that item. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 16, improving the Cooks River walking and cycling trails, as again I work in the Office of the Minister for Transport. This item references the closure of the T3 Bankstown line, but does not substantively regard that matter, and as such, I do not believe it constitutes a significant conflict, so I'll remain for discussion and voting. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in items 33 and 37, Tempe Train Station and Lewisham Town Centre, because again, I work in the Office of the Minister for Transport. In that capacity, I have been directly engaged in work around station upgrades, so out of an abundance of caution and to avoid any perception of risk, I will remove myself from discussion or voting on that item. And lucky last, I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 56, Bridgewater Park lease to Transport for New South Wales, as I work in the Office of the Minister for Transport, as this is a legal matter that involves Transport for New South Wales out of an abundance of caution, and so as to avoid any perception of conflict, I will remove myself from discussion and voting on the matter.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Howard. Any further disclosures?
Yes, please, Chair.
I've got the Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Atkins, then Councillor Lockie.
Thank you, Chair. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 9, Local Traffic Committee meeting, 17th of June 2024, as my primary place of residence falls within the Petersham North LATM Plan Precinct area. As I rent this property and don't own it, I will remain in the chamber and vote as per normal. Thank you.
I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 5, annual grants, as I'm a member of the Older Women's Network, which is a recipient. I will remain in the meeting and vote on the item as the grant is for the network, and there is no reasonable likelihood or expectation of appreciable financial gain or loss to me or a close associate of mine, and as I'm a financial member of the network and not involved in management or administration of the network.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lockie. Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr Mayor, I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in items 1, 34 and 42, those relating to Callan Park. I'm a long-standing member of the Friends of Callan Park. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further disclosures?
Yes, Mayor.
Councillor Shetty.
Thank you. I would like to declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 9, the Local Traffic Committee. In my capacity as the member for Balmain in State Parliament, I also have a representative on the Local Traffic Committee, but I will remain in the meeting and part of the discussion as the voting of the state member is exercised through a representative. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll also declare an interest out of an abundance of caution, a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in relation to item 1, draft council submission, Greater Sydney Parklands and Callan Park Plan of Management, as well as item 34 in relation to Callan Park sporting fields, and the other Callan Park item 42. I note that clause 4.60 of the Code of Conduct provides that an interest arising from the appointment of a councillor to a body as a representative or delegate of the council, whether or not a fee or other recompense is payable to the representative or delegate, which it's not, does not need to be disclosed, and as such I will remain in the meeting. I am the council's delegate to the Callan Park Community Board. Are there any further disclosures? If not, will someone move their adoption? Moved by Councillor Scott. Seconded by Councillor Langford. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Can I ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation? Thank you for that. We'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 25th of June 2024. Are there any clarifications or corrections to those minutes? If not, will someone move their adoption? Moved by Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We'll move on to the public forum. Now, I'm going to read out the list of items for which there are speakers who have registered for tonight. And if you're here and you believe that you've registered to speak to an item and the item's not read out now, I'd like you to come forward and let the council officers know, because it means that something has gone wrong with your registration. So, the following items. Item 1, draft council submission, Greater Sydney Parklands and Callan Park Plan of Management. Item 9, Local Traffic Committee, meeting of the 17th of June and the 15th of July. Item 10, Customer Service and Development Assessment. Item 12, Quarter 4 Progress Report on the Delivery Program. Item 15, Inner West Cycling Update. Item 23, Notice of Motion, Invasion of Gaza and Illegal Occupation of the Westbank. Item 26, Notice of Motion, Railway Parade Annandale. And item 27, Notice of Motion, St Peters Interchange. Item 28, Notice of Motion, Sister City Relationship with Bethlehem. Item 31, Notice of Motion, Supporting and Growing Reuse and the Inner West Circular Economy. Item 32, Notice of Motion, Supporting Visual Arts and Visual Artists and Writers. Item 34, Notice of Motion, 2 new all-weather sporting fields in Callan Park. And item 42, Notice of Motion, Callan Park playing fields. And item 50, question on notice in regards to playing fields. As you can see, it's looking unlikely that we'll get through the agenda tonight very quickly. So we are going to ask for your assistance in adhering to the Code of Meeting Practice and ensuring that everyone who has registered to speak tonight is able to be heard. Can I flag my intention to move a procedural motion or to propose to the elected representatives that on 2 items in which there are far more than the requisite speakers for and against, that we allow everyone who has registered to speak to be able to express their opinion. Those 2 items are item 23, Notice of Motion, Invasion of Gaza and Illegal Occupation of the West Bank, for which there are, so the code of meeting practice allows for 3 speakers for and 3 speakers against. There's more in both categories. And the same applies to item 34, notice of motion to new all-weather sporting fields in Callan Park, for which there are many speakers for and against. Obviously, issues of great public importance and concern. And so I'm proposing that we hear from everyone who has registered to speak tonight, which will take much longer than the normal time required, but it's the right thing to do. Does anyone disagree with that course of action?
I'd like to move that procedural motion.
That's moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Howard, that we hear from all speakers registered for items 23 and 34. No, I wish to propose that, having heard from 13 or 14 speakers on Callan Park, that on the additional item in relation to Callan Park, that we still hear from the required 3 speakers for and 3 speakers against, but that we ask for a bit of cooperation and discipline in order to try and ensure that the business of the meeting is completed. Councillor De Cruz, do you object to that, or do you still wish to propose that as a procedural motion? Okay, that's agreed. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Can I also flag my intention, once we've heard from all of the speakers in the public gallery, to support or propose a procedural motion to bring forward those 2 items, starting with item 34 in relation to the all-weather sporting fields. It's the long-standing tradition of this council and all previous Inner West councils that when large numbers of children have attended a meeting with parents, that we try to bring that item forward, and that we then subsequently deal with item 23, invasion of Gaza, because there's an enormous number of people in attendance for that. And we want to ensure that we can deal with both of those items with all of the interested citizens who are here. So I'll just flag that. If someone's got an objection to that, come and let me know during the public gallery discussion. So I'll now go to the first item, which is Council's draft submission to the Greater Sydney Parklands on the Callan Park Plan of Management. And the first speaker is my friend and colleague, Louisa Larkin of Balmain, who is against the submission. Louisa, are you in person? No, you're online.
So I'm online.
Can I just let you know before you begin, and this is for everyone's benefit, our code of meeting practice allows for speakers to speak for 3 minutes. We are not in the practice of giving extensions of time for members of the public gallery in relation to that. Normally, because what it means is we don't get out of here until after midnight, and if you're the first impassioned person, as Louisa will be, you want to go over time, maybe. But if you're the last staff member who has to leave here tonight at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, you wish that everybody else had stuck to time. So I'm going to ask for the cooperation of councillors and of the room to ensure that everybody sticks to time. After 2.5 minutes, you're going to hear this bell. And that's an indication that it's time to bring on your very persuasive crescendo, because we will ask you to finish after 3 minutes when you'll hear the bell again. So I apologise in advance if I end up needing to call you to time, but you can understand why I'm trying to do that. Louisa, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Darcy, and thank you, other councillors. I'm hoping you can hear me all right. I'm speaking regarding the council's proposed plan of management, both as a dog owner and on behalf of the steering group of the Callan Park Dog Lovers Group. We would like council to be aware of the following concerns regarding the draft. Under community and wellness projects, the provision of an all-weather sporting ground on either Waterfront Drive or Balmain Road comes at a cost to other park users, especially now the proposal is for 2 synthetic all-weather sports fields. Dog owners have shared these fields for many, many years with sports groups, as have kids who just want to run around and play, families who want to sit and enjoy the park. There are many concerns we have, and I'm not going to go into them because we don't have time. I'm sure you're aware that we're concerned about the environmental impact of synthetic turf on the beautiful natural environment of the park. We are also concerned that we will most definitely lose access to these wonderful flat areas where we can currently walk our dogs when most of the park is sloping, because of course with synthetic turf you can't have dogs running around and messing up the surface. We are concerned about dog walkers also having access around the parks if synthetic fields are installed, because we understand that those areas would be needed for warm-up areas. We are also concerned about traffic. There will inevitably be increased traffic night and day with the extension of playing hours, both through the all-weather surface and also the use of lighting up until 9 p.m. or later. The other item that we're concerned about is dog owners, a bit about the inclusion of opportunities for additional sporting and outdoor recreation facilities on the footprint of buildings that are to be demolished, because we are unsure what impact this will have on the surrounding dog off-leash areas of many of these buildings. I'd like to move on to Companion Animals Management Plan. We thank the Inner West Council for supporting this plan, but the creation of a synthetic sports field will result in dogs being banned from that field and is in breach of the following statement of the CAMP, the Companion Animal Management Plan, which says, in pursuant to the areas of Callan Park leased by the Inner West Council, Council is contractually obliged to ensure that the sporting grounds are off-leash for dogs where there is no organised approved hiring of the sports ground. And finally, I'd like to refer to traffic management.
Louisa, your time has expired.
Oh, okay, no worries.
I really appreciate your cooperation. Thank you for speaking so succinctly. Our next speaker is Lucy Winter of Lilyfield, who is against, who is also online. Lucy, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having me, everybody. I will not take 3 minutes. This is my first public appearance, and this is fascinating. So thank you for having me. I am against it. I have kids who play soccer in the Little Tigers teams, and we are in Callan Park on all of those ovals on a daily basis, and we love them. And I totally get why there's a move to put the synthetic fields in place, because it increases drastically the amount of usage time you can get for the sporting teams. I don't think that this is outweighed by the great environmental cause. We're supposed to be teaching our children about sustainability, waste management, microplastics, heat and biodiversity. So my children, who also go to Orange Grove Public and play with the soccer team, they don't need to play soccer if it's raining. They can come and help me plant bushes and do some, other outdoor activities. So I don't think that in this day and age it makes any sense to put plastic on our sporting fields. I have a dog too, Louisa, but for me that's by the by. I just think that in this day and age we cannot be putting plastic in our parklands. It just makes no sense. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that. The next speaker is David Birds of Balmain, who is in person. David, are you here?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Mayor. My name's David Birds. I'm member of the Balmain District Football Club Executive and the previous past president. I'm also a town planner with over 30 years of experience, including leading this council's strategic planning team for a couple of years, when I worked with many of these councillors to put in place the council's local strategic planning statement that sets the planning framework for the needs of this community. I'm speaking this evening in my personal and professional capacity to support the proposed submission. And I'm pleased that Council has had the opportunity to put this submission in, but I am concerned that the submission needs to acknowledge the critically important role that Callan Park plays to provide active sports facilities for local community members and the need for that role to be optimised. It's important that this submission should note that the Callan Park Act has a key objective, and I quote, to allow public access to the open space for public recreational purposes for both an active and a passive nature. Now, at the moment, approximately 5% of the open space in the park is made available for organised active sports. The remaining 95% is available for passive use like picnicking and dog walking. And even the 5% is also available for passive use when it's not being used by organised sports. So despite this obvious disparity, councillors will continue to hear views from certain interest groups seeking to prevent the improvement of the capacity of just 2 of the existing sports fields with a more durable all-weather surface. The submission in the report proposes that there is only 1 all-weather field at either waterfront or Balmain Road, but I consider there's an acute need for both of these fields now to meet the needs of over 4,500 members of our club and the Leichhardt Saints Club who use the fields. Now, of course, local heritage and impact from the environmental perspective are important. These will be fully considered, and that would happen through the public consultation process on the draft management plan. And if that's supported, it would go through further public consultation through a DA process. But what's important, I think, is this council needs to actively plan to meet the needs of its community and lead initiatives to improve the facilities at the park. Otherwise, visitors, including the many thousands of our own members who visit this place week in, week out, will just continue to see the facilities gradually fall into disrepair, while a small group of community members continue to advocate for no change at all. I therefore ask tonight that councillors take a positive step by confirming support for the principle of an all-weather surface at the 2 fields in Callan Park identified for this purpose in the submission.
Thanks, David. The next speaker is Kirsten Juna of Marrickville.
Thank you, everybody. I'm talking to you about Callan Park in regards to not so much the sporting facilities, but creating a hub. In 2019, you'd be aware that the Sydney College of the Arts moved out of the Kirkbride precinct in Callan Park. Reverse garbage was invited to be put as part of a tender to transform that site in particular into an NGO precinct, an amazing opportunity for government to be seen as visionary and part of the social enterprise movement, an important and crucial aspect of the emerging circular economy. And these historical buildings, as my previous speaker just mentioned, and the site, need a lifeline so they still have a chance of surviving. This application for Kirkbride has been delayed and delayed. These buildings need to be activated, not only for the large number of people that would benefit from the range of these valuable services offered, but also for residents who would have a vibrant and unique local community hub. The buildings will love us as well. No more demolition by neglect. Being positioned on a significant site, there is also the potential for destination visitors and tourists, helping in turn boost the local economy. Actually, having more staff and visitors in general is going to help to boost the local economy. Reverse garbage with other ready-to-go organisations could move in today. Why not? The New South Wales people would still own the buildings and would be receiving income from long-term tenants that care for people, environment and community, not for a film company currently owned offshore, as is the current use of the site. An NGO, not-for-profit social enterprise hub makes sense. Just checking the time. A combination of well-known and established services can mentor new startups. People would be able to access multiple services in one hub. Shared meeting rooms, shared resources and shared knowledge. Not-for-profits have years of valuable experience to offer, and with rent in Sydney and beyond becoming more expensive, a hub such as Kirkbride will take pressure off their bottom line, giving NGOs as well as social enterprises more resources and less stress to help them focus what they are best at, providing services and being part of the local community. The circular economy isn't just some idea or higher intervention thinking ideal for big business or the top end of town. It needs to be part of everyday life, and the social aspect of the circular economy is crucial to making it a reality. Kirkbride would offer opportunities for repair, knowledge sharing, and with reverse garbage as a tenant, an opportunity to expand our sustainability education programs as well as to continuing to advocate for reuse. The social enterprises need an opportunity for thriving, not surviving.
Thank
Good evening. I'm speaking for Friends of Callan Park. It is good to see that the Inner West Council recognized, and I quote, Callan Park is an iconic urban parkland which has special associations for the local and the broader community, both as open space, resource, and for its cultural heritage and aesthetic value. The call for an interpretation plan which highlights the importance of Callan Park's landscape, values, and its therapeutic environment is commendable. Yet this submission makes no mention of encouraging modern mental health services back on site. Regrettably, Council does not understand who owns and manages Callan Park. On page 35, under Introduction to Callan Park, the submission states, the public ownership of the site is in the custody of New South Wales Health, with Inner West Council being the planning consent authority. Yes, Council is the planning consent authority, but about 2/3 of, or 38 hectares of Callan Park is owned and managed by the Centennial Park and Moore Park Trust under the guidance of the Callan Park Special Provisions Act 2002 and the Centennial Park Moore Park Trust. The remaining area is managed by New South Wales Health. Any activity on this site must be approved by the Greater Sydney Parklands. There are recommendations in this submission which are problematic. In the traffic management section, it is a mixed bag. It's good to see the reorganization of the Iron Cove Bay Run section within the waterfront precinct will address the long-standing safety concerns associated with recreational conflict between cyclists, walkers, joggers, and cars. Yet on page 38, the submission calls for new paths and roads network before the cars are eliminated on Waterfront Drive. In fact, removing cars from Waterfront Drive should be an absolute priority. Friends of Callan Park applaud sharing Kirkbride's car park, which we've advocated for more than a decade. Due to the intricacies of the roadways, pedestrians, and dog walkers, Friends of Callan Park recommend a slower speed limit of 25 kilometers. This is not Centennial Parklands where 30 kilometers is permitted. It's good to see biodiversity being highlighted. All decisions regarding Callan Park should reflect these values. We agree with Council's wish that hard stand elements should be minimized by incorporating permeable surfaces, landscaping, and water-sensitive urban design to soften the visual elements and reduce the heat island impact. But scientific studies have proven that all weather fields do not comply with these ambitions. Synthetic fields do not support the strategic objective in Council's community strategic plan for an ecological, sustainable Inner West. There's an assumption that the Callan Point tidal baths will proceed with much investigation has not been done to demonstrate it is physically, environmentally, and operationally possible. And what's the obsession with synthetic turf? Primary. There will be opportunities for more sporting fields on the footprint of buildings yet to be demolished and laying synthetic turf on the building footprints. This is absurd and contradicts the claim that open space is valued by all the community. We ask Council to
your time has expired. I'll ask you to conclude.
We ask Council to update their submission to reflect these concerns. It would be even better if Council were to put on exhibit their draft submission so that the public could also contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item is item 9, Local Traffic Committee, and the speaker is Rhonda Zolf of Balmain.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to address you on this matter. I'm a resident of Balmain. I live in Glossop Street, and I'd like to raise a matter of the recent parking scheme that's been rejected. The reason we're raising this now is, as residents of Glossop Street, we have no unrestricted, our parking is unrestricted. What this means is that we get a lot of overflow parking from all the streets surrounding us coming into our street. We have deserted vehicles being left in our street. When it comes to summertime and the Dawn Fraser baths are open, we have an influx of people coming to use baths who are parking in our street for hours on end. Quite simply, we're unable to park in front of our in our own street, near our own homes. This affects the elderly, the less mobile. This affects parents with small children accessing their homes. I'd also like to object to the fact that the way the system, the way the voting is done, it means that if people don't vote, that their vote automatically counts for going against this scheme. We had 25% of the people in the street actually vote. Of that 25 of the people in the street, 20% were for it. We had the majority voting for us. So I'd like to revisit this and see if we can get this turned around. We want parking in our street. We want time parking in our street to enable to access our homes as we should be able to do. I will leave it at that.
Thanks very much, Rhonda. The next item is item 10, Customer Service and Development Assessments, and the speaker is Sandra Donnarumma of Balmain. Sandra, are you there online?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thanks for making me be able to speak on this matter. I'm a resident in Glassop Street, along with Rhonda and several other people that unfortunately weren't able to attend this evening. Yes, the problem, I've been a resident here for over 16 years. We love the fact that the pool is being used, but unfortunately it does, as Rhonda mentioned, create many people coming into the street, and it actually flows into the evening with the water polo teams constantly playing there, which is fantastic to see, but unfortunately limited parking. We also have owner builders on the street that take up the street with their own vehicles, and sometimes up to 4 vehicles. We have other residents that do have parking, that have multiple vehicles, that have to park on the street as well. So it's a very tight situation when you just want to stop into the groceries, pick up your children from their sport activities, etc., and you can't find a parking spot in the middle of a heap, and you also want to use the pool. So the way this voting was conducted was not well run. You needed the 50% voting. Unfortunately, a lot of people in the street are either on holidays, just didn't get the letter, didn't understand the fact that if they don't vote, they don't get a say, that immediately that means it gets casted off. So I think the whole voting process needs to be reconsidered. It's not a fair, transparent process. The council needs to be transparent to the residents about how voting works, that if you don't participate, then effectively it means you don't get a say. I don't think people really understood that at the time. And as Rhonda mentioned, Fitzroy got it through. Fitzroy, that runs behind us, which is close to the pool, but unfortunately they've got it, we don't, and we're going to get the overflow, and our problem is going to be magnified. And I'm really dreading the summer living in the street, along with all the many residents here that unfortunately have this issue. So if we could please readdress the voting system to make it more fair and transparent. That's what we're asking for this to be reconsidered, the voting get redone, and that we have our say properly. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sandra. And I'll just note that I think Sandra was clearly speaking to item 9, the Traffic Committee, so there's just a problem with the registration. But can I say to Sandra and Rhonda, it's my intention to move deferral of that item when we get to voting on it so that there can be further consultation with you. Item 12, Q4 Progress Report on the Delivery Program. The speaker is Loretta Jessup of Summerhill, who is in person.
Good evening, full house tonight, huh?
It is.
My name is Loretta Jessup, and I'm joined by Rebecca Thomas. And we're here to talk about an aspect of Council's delivery program 2022 to 2026. Neither of us have addressed Council before, but we believe the following matter is important for Council consideration. Under Strategic Direction 4 of the delivery program, Council is preparing a management plan and a master plan for Camperdown Memorial Rest Park. Now, Camperdown Memorial Rest Park is and has been many things to many people. The tapestry of stories and memories. However, as time moves on, our community risks losing some of that history. We are here to ask Council to not let Joan Norma Ginn be forgotten. Joan lived in Newtown in the 1940s. She lived with her parents and 5 siblings at the back of a shop on Enmore Road. In 1946, aged 11, Joan left home to buy a loaf of bread. The next day, her body was found in Camperdown Cemetery, Some of you may be familiar with that story. I won't detail what Joan was subjected to. It's stomach churning. But I have a printout of a newspaper article if councillors would like to see that from that time. As a result of Joan's murder, Newtown Council put forward a motion for a significant portion of the cemetery to be utilised as recreational space. The plan was greenlit by the then Premier, with the land becoming what we now recognise as the much-loved Camperdown Memorial Rest Park today. Rebecca and I are here tonight to ask Council, in its planning activities for the park, to consider installing a memorial for Joan. It is our hope that she won't be forgotten. On the weekend, Rebecca created an online petition seeking signatures from locals who support a park memorial for Joan. We haven't been canvassing, but at last count, we're about 120 signatures. We're happy to keep that going to provide these details to Council if that's helpful. I'd like to thank councillors for their time, and we also like to thank the personnel from the Inner West Council who have carriage for the park planning, who have been running a very consultative approach.
Thanks, Loretta. That was a great speech. Item 15, Neil Tonkin of Lilyfield.
Good evening, councillors. I represent the Inner West Bicycle Coalition. We thank the council officers for providing a clear summary of the work that was done with this cycling update. On providing the cycle network in Inner West municipality gives an indication of the complexity of the task involved and the anticipated costs. Most of the projects discussed have taken many years to evolve, for example, the Greenway. But council officers have also recently responded swiftly to the opportunity presented by the Sydney Metro project requiring a complementary parallel cycleway from Dudley Shore to Sydenham. If you look closely at the update items, you'll see that they are largely in the future. Very little has been built, particularly in this term of council. For various reasons, cycling projects slip over into future years' budgets. This is why our coalition has described council's progress on these projects as glacial. Our observation is that quite a lot has been achieved, given the limited staff resources that have been devoted to this work. However, we're not convinced that council is as committed to active transport as its policy documents suggest. The Integrated Transport Strategy, the Cycling Strategy and Action Plan, and the Community Strategic Plan are all aiming at favouring active transport over private car usage, yet little progress is being achieved. In the Community Strategic Plan, there's certain directions: livable, connected neighbourhoods and transport. Outcomes: people are walking, cycling and moving around with ease. Strategy 261, deliver safe, connected and well-maintained networks of transport infrastructure. Deliver the pedestrian access and mobility plan. Deliver new bicycle facilities and infrastructure. Wonder where they may be. Anyway, personal mobility is currently impaired by excessive car use. Given the glacial progress on cycleways, it's no surprise that the Inner West Council modal share of cycling out of all transport modes remains very low at 1.5%. These metrics will remain low if inadequate staff resources are devoted to building active transport infrastructure. Consider this scenario. The City of Sydney has 14 full-time employees devoted to cycleway provision and promotion. Inner West Council, with half the population, has an equivalent of 2 full-time employees. The difference with Sydney is not entirely due to rate bases. Our coalition is seeking leadership from the current and future councillors to advance active transport in our community. We are asking you to change the direction of this council towards a more sustainable, healthier, safer, connected community by enhancing active transport in all its villages. The first step is devoting adequate human resources to the task of really discovering how they will attract people away from clogging our streets with even more cars. The third step is funding and building this network. The fourth step is promoting its use to show how it can make our community lives safer, healthier, better and less stressed. We are more than happy to accompany you on this journey. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. The next item is item 23, Notice of motion, invasion of Gaza. The first speaker is Tamara Asma of Summer Hill, who is in person.
Good evening. My name is Tamara Asma and my family are from Nablus on the Westbank in Palestine. After my grandfather was shot protesting Zionism, he was forced to move the family to Jordan. And like many Palestinians, we've never been able to return to our homeland. This did not start on October the 7th. The illegal occupation and ethnic cleansing of our people has been going on for well over 76 years. So I grew up in the Middle East, but I've been here since I was 9, and I've lived most of my life in the Inner West. And I've just felt so privileged to have enjoyed all of the wonderful services, facilities, and the community that you have provided, including the amazing skate parks. Thank you for the skate parks. Your website, your own website, lists that the population of the Inner West is approximately 186,000 residents. And I think it's interesting that this is the exact figure that the highly reputable Lancet journal estimates is the number of Palestinians that have been killed. 86,000 people. So just imagine that every resident of your council area has been slaughtered by the fourth most. To enjoy the best of education, food, clean water, doctors, a safe home, and the list goes on. But there are no schools left in Gaza. There are no universities. There's barely any functioning hospitals. And in the last 10 days, Israel has bombed 8 schools sheltering displaced Palestinians, refugees. And I see my daughter's face on every one of those lost children, and it breaks my heart. Every life is sacred, no matter what age, but there are some sobering figures. The ABC reported that 10 Palestinian children lose a limb every day. Israel has created the largest number of child amputees in world history. And many doctors have to perform those procedures without anaesthetic because there's no medical aid getting in and there's no food getting in. Save the Children estimates 21,000 children are still missing under the rubble. And there's another 17,000 children that are unaccompanied and separated from their families. The International Court of Justice has concluded that Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories is illegal under international law and that it is committing plausible genocide. So our council can have no place in aiding and abetting an apartheid state that have detonated the equivalent of 5.5 Hiroshima bombs on a 41-kilometre long strip of land. I know I need to finish, but on your website, your values include integrity, transparency, being fair and ethical. And so please, we implore you to divest in the same way that City of Sydney and Canterbury Bankstown Council have. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Eaton Harris of Petersham.
Dear councillors and fellow residents of the Inner West, I am deeply concerned by the mistruths and propaganda that have fueled this motion, but above all, I am concerned for the risk it will place on the Jewish community within the LGA. We're talking about ethical use of council rates.
Sorry, I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'm going to be absolutely insistent that every single citizen who is registered to speak tonight will be heard in silence. I have no objection to cheering or clapping, but any interjections or hissing or booing, I will pull the meeting up each time. So it's going to take a very long time to get through it if people want to insist upon that undemocratic practice. Please proceed.
We're talking about ethical use of council rates, but what greater ethical concern can there be for a council than protecting the well-being of all their residents? I was a high school student at Dulwich High School under the former Marrickville Council's BDS policy. I saw firsthand what this motion will bring if passed. Did Marrickville Council protect me from the increase in anti-Jewish racism I experienced when the policies justified a culture of hate that entered the schoolyard? Did they protect me when I received death threats for being a Jew? Had other students attempt to bash me and stalk me on my way home from school? Did they protect me when my legal studies teacher told me that I wasn't allowed to speak in class because as a Jew I was inherently biased? Did they protect me?
I'll call the meeting to order.
Did they?
No, sorry. I'll call the meeting to order. I'm going to restate what I said previously. I hope not to have to restate it throughout all of the speeches, but the code of meeting practice allows for everybody to be heard in silence. I'm going to insist upon that for all of the speakers, regardless of their position. I have an obligation, as does the council, to the safety of all speakers who are here tonight. Everyone must be heard respectfully in silence. If that can't happen, then we'll have to adjourn the meeting. We'll come back to it, but can I just ask for cooperation that there's no interjections? Please proceed.
Did they protect me when my principal told me that what I was experiencing wasn't racism because, and I quote, racism is about an imbalance of power and Jews have all the money and power in society? Did they protect Jewish residents when protesters arguing to maintain the BDS policy pushed a millennia-old blood libel chanting that Jews make matzah out of babies' blood? I understand and appreciate the concerns of those pushing for this motion, but has anyone actually stopped to ask the Jewish community how it will affect us? Clearly consultation was not sufficient given that only an hour before this meeting opened, Tisha B'Av ended. Tisha B'Av is a fast day and the saddest day in the Jewish calendar. It commemorates the violence and destruction brought against our people over generations. Why put forward a motion that affects Jewish residents so severely on a day when Jews are fasting and mourning? Is it to make it harder for us to organize and plead our case? Or is it simply because those who put forward this motion don't care enough about Jews to even talk to us? This motion puts forward an unhelpful policy for a conflict distantly removed from the duties of this council, but will harm the well-being of its residents. It has been elected to serve. I ask you to listen to me, listen to Jews when we say this motion will only bring more hate against Jews in the inner West. Not Israelis, not Zionists, Jews. Late last year, a Jewish man was assaulted, punched in the back of his head, and knocked unconscious as he walked away from the only synagogue in the inner West. Did they ask him on his stance on Israel and Palestine? No, they just punched him. If we hide hatred as social justice, we cannot move forwards towards peace. We cannot move forwards without open discussion, without every resident in this LGA feeling safe to be seen and heard, and that is exactly what this motion would stop. Please let us not repeat the mistakes of the past and instead choose to vote against this motion. Vote for community cohesion and vote for the safety of all residents. Thank you.
The next speaker is... call the meeting... No. No. I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order with great respect. Cheering's fine, clapping's fine, shouts of shame, decrying people, booing people, not okay. I think that's basic respect. That's 3 times I've had to raise it so far. I can do it 50 times if you like, but that's what we require in a public forum like this that has democratic practices. I'll call the next speaker, Gail Kennedy of Lilyfield.
Thank you, councillors. I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Greens who believes in peace, as a resident of the Inner West for 37 years, as a person who cares deeply about the suffering of Gazans, Palestinians and Israelis. I'm also Jewish, and I've travelled to Israel and Palestine a lot since the 1970s. I've met with the Palestinian Deputy Prime Minister, visited refugee camps, settlements, checkpoints, seen the harsh conditions, and know also the impact of Palestinian violence on Israelis. I've also met inspiring Israelis and Palestinians building peace together. I know that there are really good people on both sides. From all this experience and knowledge, I've decided to speak against this motion. Why? Because I know the conflict can't be reduced to some facts and figures showing how bad Israel is. While it's awful what's going on, and I completely get what the first person said, really, I feel that there's just so much more to the conflict. It's full of people with emotions, fear, anger, mistrust, and a majority on both sides who want a quiet life and somewhere safe to bring up their kids. It's a complex matter, and there's so many other players involved, like Iran, Russia, the US, the Arab states, plus arms manufacturers, big oil, and social media. There's really no easy answers, as we know, otherwise it would have been solved. The problem is, do boycotts and sanctions against Israel actually work? No, they don't. They began in 1948 with the Arab states. and you can see where Israel's economy is now. Sadly, what happens here in the inner west of Sydney might make us feel good, but it'll have no impact on the current war, the Netanyahu government, or Hamas. However, it will have consequences here in the inner west. As Etienne just pointed out, these sort of things happen. What concerns me about this motion is that it forces council to take sides in an overseas conflict and involves us in a proxy war between pro-Palestinian supporters and those who support Israel. Is this what councillors actually want? An erosion of social cohesion, which is what we can see here tonight. I know from personal experience that there's a much better way for a local council to contribute to peace between Israel and Palestinians. That is to support and amplify the work of grassroots peace builders. I know it's really hard to imagine that could possibly be, and there's anyone around now doing that, but there actually is. Eventually, I believe, when this war subsides, council can do what it's done in the past, and that's find ways to support Palestinian and Israeli peace builders and bring together, crazy as it might seem right now, locals who see this conflict differently, to build understanding and respect, and in doing so, foster social cohesion. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Our next speaker is Colin Galvin of Balmain, who's in person.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a local resident. I'm also a local business owner, and I am a member of Inner West for Palestine. We are a group of people from all over the Inner West. We have people of all faiths, Muslims, Jewish people, Christians, atheists, and that demonstrates that this is an issue for people in the Inner West. I've heard some questions about why is this a local issue? Why is this an issue for council? Well, there's three good reasons. Firstly, the Inner West Council investment and procurement policy is obviously a local issue. 230 million of ratepayers' money is being invested by the Inner West Council. The expectation is that none of this public money will go to companies that manufacture weapons or assist in human rights abuses. Currently, the policy is too weak. The second reason is that local councils are one of the three levels of the Australian government. The International Court of Justice, the World Court, the leading body of experts in international law, have ruled that all states are under an obligation not to render aid or assistance in maintaining Israel's illegal presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. As a part of the state of Australia, as the third level of the government, you are also under that obligation legally, but most importantly, you're morally under the obligation to stand up. Most other local councils already have these policies in place. It's embarrassing how far we lag behind. You listened to the public when we asked for an amendment to the investment policy on fossil fuels. Thank you for that. Now please listen to us when we request this. The only way to stop the horrific massacre and catastrophic starvation of people in Palestine is through external pressure. I have listened to the ministers in Israel. They will not stop until everyone is dead. Just this week, Smotrich, the Minister for Finance, said that he thought it was morally okay to starve 2.1 million people to death. The reason I got involved in this issue was that I could no longer watch. I want to be able to look my daughter in the face when she learns about the genocide of the Gazan people, and I want to be able to say that I tried. I did what I could. You have the chance to do what's right. By all accounts, from talking to your colleagues and friends, you are all good people with a moral compass. Please do what's right tonight. Sir Shidam Palestine.
Thanks, Colin. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Thompson of Enmore, who's in person.
I am a Jewish resident of the Inner West and a member of Tzedek Collective, a Jewish anti-Zionist collective with many members who are constituents of this council. Tzedek members say that targeted BDS campaigns on companies directly profiting off the exile, displacement and genocide of the Palestinian people are not anti-Semitic. BDS are crucial elements of non-violent international opposition to genocide, and this motion is important but does not go far enough. We need full divestment and sanctions on Israel to stop the Palestinian genocide, and we need reparations for Palestinians. Tonight is the end of the 25-hour fast of Tisha B'Av, the Jewish holiday of grief. On this Tisha B'Av, my grief and my fasting for the genocide in Gaza compels me to speak to the importance of BDS in the movement for justice and peace. I see the Holocaust of my Jewish ancestors being enacted against Gaza today. The BDS movement is not about targeting all Jewish businesses or targeting businesses because they are Jewish. It is a campaign of divestments, boycotts, and sanctions targeted towards the corporations that directly profit from the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians, as documented by many Palestinian and Israeli scholars and historians. This is the distinction between BDS and anti-Semitism. Zionist ideology is one of Palestinian annihilation, and this is what Israeli politicians keep explicitly stating. To oppose it is the basic human morality which my Jewish faith is founded on. To any councillors concerned today about anti-Semitism, I reply that it would be anti-Semitic to assume that Judaism must necessarily lack this morality. I and many other anti-Zionist Jews connect the emphasis on justice in Jewish philosophy as central to our opposition of Israel's violence. Our Jewish values such as Tikkun Olam, healing the world, Va'ahavta, loving your neighbor, and Pikuach Nefesh, the value of life above all else, compel us to endorse this BDS motion to apply pressure on Israel to stop this genocide. At Tzedek, we stand for justice and peace for the Palestinian people and know that Jewish safety is interconnected with Palestinian safety. In fact, Zionism itself is anti-Semitic by attempting to turn our diverse faith and culture into a sword and shield for the mass displacement, rape, and genocide of Palestinians. We hope the councillors here today will recognise that Israeli ideology seeks to stoke actual and perceived global anti-Semitism in order to uphold Israel's own existential justifications for its violence on Palestinians, to stoke hate between Jews and Palestinians, to stoke manufactured consent for the genocide of Palestinians. And we at Tzedek value inter-community solidarity and see BDS as a crucial and minimum step to a just and peaceful future.
I'll ask you. Thanks very much. BDS, thanks very much, Elizabeth. BDS, BDS. Can I ask everyone to please take their seats? Hey, I'm going to adjourn the council meeting, given the disruption. I need a motion moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Howard, for the adjournment of the meeting for a period of 2 minutes. I'll put that, all those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. For everyone's reference, what I'm intending to do is, if there are ongoing interjections out of keeping with the Code of Meeting Practice and democratic practice, I'll continue to expand the amount of time that I seek to move for an adjournment. So it's 2 minutes at this time. We'll return at 7:44, but I would respectfully request that there be no further interjections. The meeting is adjourned. great thing about local government is it's the level of government closest to the people, but we do get disrespected a lot. So a lot of state and federal politicians, they look at local councils and they think, they're not very important. But we think that our procedures do matter. So I'm going to respectfully ask again, this will be the 5th time, for your cooperation in adhering to the democratic practices of the council as required by the Local Government Act. I think that's fair. We'll move on to the next speaker, Aidan Magro of Marrickville.
My name's Aidan. I've lived in the Inner West for over 10 years. I'm speaking for this motion, but I want to note that it is the bare minimum and that there's an opportunity to push this motion and indeed the implementation of boycotts, sanctions and divestments further. Palestinians in Gaza and in the Westbank don't have the time to wait for the council to investigate their links to companies involved in the illegal occupation of their land and the ethnic cleansing of their people. I think this motion should be passed, but I think each councillor here should commit tonight to divesting from companies involved in the genocide. We already know that council has procurement from Hewlett-Packard, a company which provides technology and information to apartheid Israel. And we already know that companies who profit off of genocide, apartheid, and fascist regimes respond to only one thing: boycotts, divestments, and sanctions. And while the council takes its time to figure out something that the community already knows and wholeheartedly believes in, how many more massacres will occur in Palestine? And how many more times will apartheid Israel get away with it without any sort of justice? It is obvious that councillors in the Inner West are unaware of the extent to which HP aids and abets the genocide, because if you knew the cruel things this company facilitates, no debate would be needed. The Inner West Council would have divested from HP ages ago. So to save you the investigation, I'll make it abundantly clear for you now. HP provides services and technology to the Israeli army and police that maintain Israel's illegal occupation of the West Bank and Jerusalem since 1967. HP maintains Israel's central ID system and database for the Israeli police, used to enforce a system of racial segregation and apartheid against Palestinian citizens of Israel. HP supports Israel's colonization by maintaining information on Israeli citizens in illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian West Bank. And HP operates a research and development center in the illegal Israeli settlement of Beitar Illit in the occupied West Bank. All of these heinous operating practices should make it very clear why there is no time to waste. And it should also make it very clear that Palestine is a local issue as much as a global issue. Every cent given to companies like HP is allowing this to continue, and it doesn't matter whether the money comes from the state government, the federal government, or the council. If it's money that is going to HP, it is money that is going to the continuation of 76 years of illegal occupation. I also want to remind councillors that you work for us. As representatives, you are supposed to uphold our interest. And I think it's obvious to tonight what the interests of this community is. In fact, I think I want to actually hold my own vote. All people in support of this motion, raise your hand right now. You have no excuse not to pass this motion. No excuse not to pass this motion. And no excuse not to divest from companies like HP, which are profiteering off of a genocide in Palestine. Please vote for this motion. The community wants it. You have no excuse. Thank you.
Next speaker is Abdullah Sawish of Ashfield, who's in person.
I'd like to start off by acknowledging the Wangal people as the rightful owners of the land we meet on today. Sovereignty was never ceded, always was, always will be Aboriginal land. I'm a proud Palestinian from Nablus, Al-Quds, whose family was violently exiled from their homes in 1948 when the terrorist settler colony of Israel was created. Photographer Nuh al-Sharnobi in Gaza wrote the following about the massacre on Saturday morning of Al-Tabi'in school, when displaced Palestinians seeking shelter were attacked during their morning prayers by the Zionist entity's bombs. The place was full of body parts. The bodies of martyrs were everywhere. We were screaming to look for anyone alive. Then I saw this old woman sitting next to the body of her daughter. She was inserting her daughter's intestines back into her stomach and saying, "They took out her intestines. Here I am bringing them in. My child, don't be afraid." He said, "I don't know how they can see these massacres and go on with their lives and sleep as if nothing had happened. Where is their conscience? Where is their humanities? Are their hearts made of stone?" Over 100 people were murdered in this massacre, 10 months of genocide, a conservative estimate of 186,000 Palestinians murdered, over 76 years of brutal colonization and occupation. And here we are trying to convince some of you that council should exclude weapons companies involved in the weapons industry, and which are complicit or in or profiting from human rights violations from its investment and procurement policies. It should be a no-brainer. Our government has the legal obligation to ensure that the Zionist entity complies with international law. Our government should not be complicit in the genocide as it has been. It doesn't require a lot of thought, just some humanity, to understand why companies that enable and profit the oppression of Palestinians should be boycotted. It's not complicated. To the councillors who are thinking of voting against this motion, I ask, how can you see these massacres and go on with your lives and sleep as if nothing had happened? Where is your conscience? Where is your humanity? Are your hearts made of stone? What will it take for you to see Palestinians as humans worthy of living their lives in freedom and dignity, liberated from the Zionist state? Passing this motion is the bare minimum that you can be doing. And I just want to address that lady from Balmain talking about peace. Peace, we don't want peace, we want liberation. These peace, if you look at Standing Together, a so-called anti-Zionist movement who wants peace for Israelis and Palestinians, just a couple of weeks ago, they regurgitated Israeli propaganda about the massacre that Israel committed in Majd al-Shams. These people are trying to save their beloved, terrorist colony of Israel. Palestine will be free from the river to the sea.
Thanks very much, Abdullah. Now, can I just, under the Code of Meeting Practice, councillors are able to put a question to members of the public gallery who are speaking. You're not required to answer it. But I think I speak on behalf of the majority of councillors here in saying we're not aware of how we are complicit in genocide. There's nothing in the motion that you've spoken to on item 23. Sorry, with great respect, I haven't interjected with anybody. There's nothing in the motion in item 23 that indicates where council has been complicit in the genocide. So can I ask, as a matter of interest, because I think it would inform the debate, what's your understanding of how the council is complicit in the genocide? You're not required to answer it, but I'd just like to pose it to you as a question. I'm putting that to Abdullah. You're welcome to come back to the microphone and explain it.
I feel like
Is there a reason that you have to speak for, Abdullah?
Oh, Abdullah, speak.
Thank you. Thanks, Abdullah. I really appreciate it. We want to have a civic discussion here, and we're keen to understand. We're all concerned about it.
So what I'm saying is, if you don't want to boycott, divest, and sanction Israel and companies that are benefiting from the oppression of the Palestinian people, then it does make you complicit.
I know, but I'm asking, we're not aware of which companies we're investing with that are complicit in it. Sorry, with great respect, Abdullah, can I just put that question to you? I won't insist again. I'm just offering you a chance to explain it to us.
Okay, so there's, well, as Aidan explained, HP is one company.
Yep, please proceed.
So that's one example. So it's sorry, I will just continue my answer, I guess. If this country is assisting Israel, as we know it has been, it makes the country complicit, and that includes our current Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and Senator Penny Wong. In my eyes, they're both war criminals for the actions that they've taken.
I was referring to the council's contracts.
Sorry?
I'm asking for your advice about the council's contracts. Yeah. Okay,
So
that's fine. I'm happy to leave it there.
97 companies.
In the inner west? Yep. Okay, we'll leave it there. I'll call the next speaker. The next speaker is Mark Leach of Rozelle.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this, and I speak as the Anglican rector of Darling Street Church. And it seems to me the premise of this motion is that there is a genocide happening in Gaza, and it's clear on any reasonable understanding of that word that there is no such thing happening. That
I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. With great respect, I'm going to insist on exactly the same treatment for everybody, that they be heard in silence, and I'll ask for that for Mr. Leach as well.
Could I have some more time, please, as a result of that?
You only got about 10 seconds in.
Okay, and then I was interrupted.
Okay,
There is no...
No, sorry, Mr. Leach. Can I ask that the time be reset? Is there any councillor who objects to that? I'll ask that there be no hissing or booing. Mr. Leach, please proceed.
On any reasonable understanding of the term genocide, there is no such thing happening in Gaza. It's a tragic urban war caused by the invasion of Israel by the terror organization Hamas, pursuing their jihadist and genocidal campaign to eradicate Israel, which they have repeated time and time again that they will continue to engage in. Israel has been an ally of Australia, and we have been an ally of Israel, and we stand with Israel and their right to defend themselves, all of their members, from the genocidal attacks from the jihadists around them. Israel is currently fighting a war on 7 fronts, funded and armed by Iran, and that is the context in which this alleged genocide occurs. It is self-defense in a brutal, terrible urban war, and we are appalled at all loss of life, but it is certainly not genocide. This... Leave it alone. Let him talk. So that's the first point to make. The second point to make is that this motion can be read in no other way than as being profoundly racist. It singles out Israel and holds Israel to account in a way that no other country in the supply chain of this council is being held. So I would ask, where was the outrage and the concern for the supply chain challenges with the Uyghur Muslims in China? Where is the outrage and the concern? Where are the people on the streets for the Hindus being massacred by jihadists in Bangladesh, even as we speak? And I'm sure we're all wearing clothes.
Leave it alone. Let him talk.
Thank you for your assistance. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. So it seems to me holding Israel to a different standard than we hold any other country to is a definition of racism and anti-Semitism, and I suspect that's not something that this progressive Inner West Council wants to be associated with. And finally, I would say this, as a Christian pastor, I would say this example of what we're experiencing tonight is exactly why we need to avoid this motion, because we cannot solve the problems of the Middle East. They are above our pay grade, and they are not within the remit of this council. And what this motion does is bring the conflicts, the hatred that are entrenched and generational of the Middle East into the Inner West. And as a pastor, I want to see a community where we get along, where we love each other, where we push back the hatred, and where the tiny minority of the Jewish community of the Inner West are safe and free, and where they and pastors like myself are not exposed to this kind of bullying and intimidation and hatred. So I would urge you to oppose this motion and not vote in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is... I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. I will adjourn the meeting if people insist upon booing and hissing at fellow citizens. That is not in keeping with the Code of Meeting Practice or democratic practice. The next speaker is Ibrahim Al-Salti of Dulwich Hill.
Councillors, my name is Ibrahim Al-Salti. I'm a dentist and a resident of the Inner West. I actually went to uni up the road at Sydney University. I also happen to be a dentist who's offering his services to the newly resettled Gazan Palestinians who are fleeing the atrocities that we see unfolding every day before our very own eyes. One of these patients was undergoing orthodontic treatment, braces. And her orthodontist was one of the Christians who was massacred at the St. Porphyrius Church, one of the oldest churches, not only in Palestine, but in the entire Middle East, and therefore the world. He was killed along with the tens and tens of thousands of other Palestinian Gazans by the Israeli war machine. But let me take you back to 1890, when Yushka Wojchanski, who happens to be my great-great-grandfather, fled the pogroms of Tsarist Russia and Belarus to seek refuge in northern Palestine then, the Galilee. Some of his children perished in the Holocaust. Some of his children were ethnically cleansed during the Nakba of 1948. And that is why I was born with a Syrian refugee travel document issued for Palestinian refugees. I was a third-generation Palestinian refugee. So, councillors, when we talk about this motion, we implore you to understand that there are people on the other side of these war machines. And by investing or continuing to invest, perhaps unknowingly, in companies that fund this genocidal machine, you will become complicit, both legally and morally. And therefore, when my Jewish brethren say, never again, we mean never again for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Our next speaker is Fahad Ali of Ashfield.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fahad Ali. I'm a Palestinian. My grandparents were Palestinian refugees from Araba in the Westbank. I want to begin, first of all, by just thanking the Mayor for reminding us all of our commitment to having orderly proceedings in the Code of Conduct. And I would like to encourage my comrades here tonight. We are going to hear a lot of things we find objectionable. Just turn your back. Turn your back. Do not pay it any mind. Do not engage in it. And on that note, I want to just point out something else that the Mayor said, which is that these proceedings are recorded for posterity. And I want to make the point that one day, the denial of the genocide in Gaza, the denial of the Nakba, is going to be seen as akin to the denial of the Holocaust, to the denial of all genocides. I want to make the point that tonight we are here to discuss a policy on procurement and investment. It is beyond me how such a policy, ensuring that the Inner West Council's investments and procurements are ethically aligned in an anti-war fashion, how that could possibly cause any rise in anti-Semitic sentiment. We all agree, everyone here in this room agrees that anti-Semitism is a scourge that must be tackled. But it is insane to claim that divesting from weapons manufacturers would cause prejudice against Jewish people. And my Jewish peers in the room today, Zedek Collective, Jews Against the Occupation, many good people, Jews of conscience, my friends, my peers, my comrades, agree that it is a cynical move designed to shore up support for Israel. Now, as a Palestinian, in the past week, I have heard a woman scream in terror as she watches her own daughter burn in flames. I have watched a small child cry in agony as she watches her father dismembered by bombs. We are calling on the council to ensure that your investments, your procurements, do not contribute to this horror in Gaza. We are not saying that we expect the councillors in this room to resolve the massacre in Gaza with one resolution. We are calling on you to do the right thing to make sure that ratepayers' money does not contribute to the terror that we see. It is a straightforward ask. It is a moral ask. And I know many of you councillors personally. I know that you know that what is happening in Gaza is wrong, and I hope that you vote with your conscience tonight, and I hope you stand with us. Thank you.
I have two speakers who attempted to register but weren't able to, which is frequently the case, and I propose that both of those be heard on this item as well. The first is Callan of Annandale. Callan, are you here? Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I come as a resident of the inner city. I've been here 50 years. I am overwhelmed by the feelings in this room, and I am concerned that the very basic tenets of society are being challenged. I would like to say that I am a senior, a woman, and I'm Jewish. And all of those are categories, but mostly I'm a human being. I believe that local government should deal with its day-to-day management and satisfying the needs and requirements of the community. That's a huge ask. We're asking you to create an environment that is conducive to health, well-being, to engagement and connection. We know that we need to do this because it's cost-effective. The moment we marginalize communities, they become ill, they become unwell, and they cost society. So it is far better to take a proactive stance. This in no way diminishes the terror, the horror, and the concern over the highly complex situation in Israel and in Gaza. I can't watch the news and stand there and say, I support what's going on. I can't. And I will speak of a political circumstance and an experience that has allowed me to understand a little more about how community functions. In 1989, I was invited to Belfast, and the idea was that we were going to create a hospice for dying children. We started with the idea that we would create a community engagement program that would allow everyone a voice and that would allow the children to die in an environment that was healthy, creative, and kind. What we found in the process was that the two opposing communities would not agree on the use of symbols. One community said, you cannot use that symbol, it is ours. Another part of the community said, that's not your color, That is ours. And as a result, there was no hospice for the dying children. I was shocked, and what I understood was that we need to have safety, we need to have freedom to tell our stories, and finally, we must have ownership, the right to be for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Helen. Our last speaker on this item is Yuri Wint of Annandale.
I found in the 2023 financial report for InnoWest.
Sorry, sir. I'll ask you to. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. With respect, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. We're hearing from all of the registered speakers. Mr. Wint, I can adjourn the meeting if you would prefer. I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. With respect, I'll call the meeting to order. Up to you. I can adjourn the meeting if you prefer.
Sorry, just for the information of both Helen and I registered. It didn't register with the council.
I'll call the meeting to order. No, I'll call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. Councillor Griffiths. Okay, I'll adjourn the meeting for a period of 3 minutes. It is 8:12. The meeting will resume at 8:15. I'll put that. Seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The meeting has been adjourned for the second time. That's the second time we've had to adjourn the meeting. I don't consider that to be a progressive position that democratic meetings should be disrupted. So I'm going to ask for the cooperation of everybody in the room tonight to ensure that everybody is heard without interjection and that the meeting is able to proceed. Mr. Vint.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'd like to commence by stating a very obvious fact. No one in the Middle East has clean hands. There are people who seek peace and progress. There are people who act in bad faith and wish to harm and dominate others. That's the context in which we operate. That begs the question of how council should respond to this and other overseas conflicts. I propose 3 principles. 1, do no harm. 2, be principled and fair. And thirdly, act always in the best interest of the whole welfare of the whole of the residents of the LGA. This resolution fails the very first test, do no harm. This is a déjà vu all over again moment, because in 2010, 2011, the predecessor of Mayoral Council also wrestled with the same issue. It passed a resolution, it was rescinded subsequently. But what that did was import the conflict into Marrickville. The resolution became a platform for advocacy and shrill abuse, and it became an attack on our community's social cohesion. We already heard from Eitan, his personal experience as a high school student, what that meant in a very personal way. So the first choice, the first act, is to do no harm and not import social disharmony into our community. Let me speak about procedural fairness, a matter of natural justice. Is it intended for the council to tailor its procurement and investment policy to other major conflicts, or only this one? If we engage only this one, it is a matter of bias and hypocrisy. We are a multicultural community. There are Jewish residents and others. This resolution intends to consult only a Palestinian advocacy organisation, not residents, certainly not other residents, and certainly not Jewish residents. The resolution is not one of principle. It's entirely a performative matter, calculated to kind of fracture social cohesion in our region. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. I've just been informed that the broadcast of the meeting is not currently working, so I'm going to ask that the General Manager check that, and we recommence. I won't disturb the meeting, but I'm just going to ask that he check that before we proceed with the next speaker. Okay, I've confirmed that the proceedings are being broadcast. If that's not the case in the future, if someone could let me know, I would appreciate that. We have one final speaker who's identified themselves recently, who apparently was trying to register from Balmain, and that is Jennifer Jameson. Jennifer, are you here?
Thank you. I was born in the West. I've lived my whole life in the Inner West. And part of what made me who I am was the Inner West. And I am horrified and disgusted that a simple motion to audit where council spends its money, it blows, it actually leaves me speechless. I'm also really confused that there's this kind of part of the room that mentions anti-Jewishness, anti-Semitism, when we've actually heard speakers tonight who are Jewish, who are pro-boycotting, divesting and sanctioning. Just agree that there are other people in the room besides your own opinion. I am sorry that people in this room have experienced racism. My family also experienced the racism of white Australia from living in this inner West, okay? It's not unique. It's horrible Australian history that people who weren't of the white persuasion really didn't have to actually experience growing up here. I'm also really confused when the mayor's own parents fought for sanctions against South Africa, apartheid South Africa. Shame! It's part of Australian folklore and history that many people from the inner West, including well-known sports people, actively participated in sanctions against South Africa. Where are those people now when we are trying to boycott what the International Court of Justice has called a genocide? I do not understand how someone from the church cannot accept what the International Court of Justice is calling a genocide. The International Court of Justice that was created to make sure genocides never happen again. Shame on anyone who, at least as a very, very, very bare minimum, can't do a damn audit on where your blood money is spent. We all have dirty hands. No one in this world has clean hands, okay? So don't use that as an excuse to not be a human. Free Palestine.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. I don't recall having discussed this issue with you. I don't believe you're aware of my position on it, but for the record, I don't think it's appropriate for you to cite my dead parents in your contribution. I'll move on to the next item. Call the meeting to order. I'll call the meeting to order. If there's anyone here who thinks that's an unreasonable request from me that my dead parents not be cited, I'd ask you to think again.
I'll cite my dead mother instead. Apologies. My dead mother who brought
I'll call the meeting to order with great respect. Don't accept that as an apology. I'll just restate my request for respect. I'll let you know. You tell me when you're willing to stop interjecting. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to item 31, notice of motion supporting and growing reuse and the Inner West circular economy. Now, just note, there's a number of children here tonight who've registered to speak to items. Some of them have had to leave. We've gone way longer than we normally would for the public gallery. So I'm going to ask for your assistance in ensuring that the kids who've turned up to speak to something that's important to them get a chance to speak. If you find that objectionable, then I'm sorry, but that's actually quite important. We'll move on to item 31, notice of motion supporting and growing reuse and the Inner West circular economy. The first speaker is Jocelyn Bell of St Peters.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Jocelyn, my mistake, I got caught up. It was a bit distracting having that said. We're actually up to item 26, Railway Parade, Annandale, and the speaker is Lisa Chambers of Annandale, who is online.
for allowing me to address this motion. Railway Parade is an important place in the history of Annandale, once the main thoroughfare onto the Glebe Island Bridge. More recently, it's become a popular walking and cycling route. The 2013 Leichhardt DCP outlines the Young Street distinctive neighbourhood, which incorporates Railway Parade. The desired future character controls for the distinctive neighbourhood include improving the environmental amenity and interest for pedestrians accessing the area, maintenance of the prevalence of street trees in addition to mature and visually significant trees on private land, promotion of the establishment and enhancement of existing front gardens and landscaping on private property, and enhancement of the aesthetics of the streetscape and neighbourhood. The street trees along Railway Parade have been identified as significant attributes of the Annandale suburb and are listed as landscape conservation items and of local heritage significance. One of those trees was removed on the promises that it would be replaced, and that has never happened. Railway Parade has been subject to extensive and extended neglect, persisting for many years. That includes parks and reserves being overgrown and not infrequently maintained by residents in order to allow access for children and residents. Lighting is inadequate, and there have been a number of safety concerns as a result. The condition of the road surface on Railway Parade has been at the worst possible classification for years, and Council has indicated its intent not to do any work on the surface until the truck movements associated with the Roselle interchange had finished. In the meantime, we've had streets clogged on a daily basis with construction workers from morning to night, far in excess of time limits, and Council has been contacted on numerous occasions in relation to policing of parking and consistently responded that it lacks resources. The result is that residents often need to park in different suburbs to their own homes. In addition, water trucks and other construction vehicles have been parked in the street for hours on end with engines running and causing significant damage to the road and verges. Road construction workers regularly empty rubbish from their cars onto the street, and other household rubbish has been dumped on multiple occasions because it has been proven that the more dilapidated an area becomes, the more likely it is to be a target for antisocial behaviour. Graffiti is increasingly appearing on the eyesore of a pedestrian overpass that now dwarfs our street. Trees planted by residents have been stolen, and planting on the garden beds surrounding the palms have been driven over and stolen. The historic Sydney sandstone garden beds are parked on and driven over. They should be maintained and restored and are worthy of conservation. Now to the current situation. The flawed modelling by Transport for New South Wales in relation to the noise impacts of the Roselle interchange have destroyed the amenity of our street, our homes and our yards. While I understand that is a matter for Transport for New South Wales, I'm here to implore you to help us to improve our streets' amenity and try to restore some of the lost character. Please help us once again make Railway Parade a beautiful and safe place for residents, cyclists and pedestrians. There are dead trees in the reserve which nothing has been done to remove. There are unsympathetic planting on the verges which detract from the streetscapes. The area in front of the light rail is untended and constantly covered in rubbish. Please come and meet with us in person to understand our commitment to our streetscape and its importance to us.
Thanks very much for that, Lisa. Very well said. Next item, item 27, notice of motion St Peters Interchange. The first speaker is Charlie Pearce of Newtown, who's in person.
Hello, I'm Charlie Pearce. I support the motion prepared by Pauline Lockie on St. Peter's. I have 42 years experience as an environmental chemist. I prepared New South Wales EPA's environmental guidelines, solid waste landfills, and I've been a technical assessor for the National Association of Testing Authorities auditing scheme for 25 years. I wish to provide Council with evidence that the environmental monitoring at St. Peter's is of such bad quality that it is useless. I work with Community Environmental Monitoring, a grassroots organization whose mission is to assist communities dealing with pollution and contamination issues. We have been following the issues associated with the St. Peter's landfill since it was moved during the WestConnect's construction stage. Transport for New South Wales took over the management of the landfill as part of their St. Peter's Interchange project. The EPA transferred the environmental protection license to Transport for New South Wales to conduct monitoring of the methane, the leachate, and the groundwater. Landfills generate methane when the waste decomposes. Landfill operators are required to test enclosed structures, gas monitoring wells, and the surface of the landfill. In June 2021, the M8 tunnel was reported to have methane at 1.13%. That was the last time Transport for New South Wales has ever reported on the gas concentrations in the M8 tunnel. Since 2021, the number 1 Canal Road and number 1 Borough Road have had high levels of methane inside these enclosed structures. Methane in a landfill is typically 50 to 60% in an active degenerating landfill. Transport for New South Wales has reported methane concentrations in excess of 90%. In fact, on May 2020, they reported methane at 99% and carbon dioxide at 28%. That's 127% gases, not a possibility. The EPA has added St. Peter's landfill to the Contaminated Sites Register in June 2024 because of the methane monitoring. Why did they wait 3 years? Oh, I'm running out of time. Okay, I sent a bunch of information to every councillor in an email today. All the red numbers are analytical errors. I'm going to have to speed up. I'll use one quick measurement of how bad they are. Standing water level rarely changes. The people sampling for Transport for New South Wales have recorded -5 to +22 AHD. That's 27 meters of water level movement. That's a historic.
Charlie, your time has concluded.
Yeah.
I'll ask you to.
I'm sorry I didn't get it all done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Wendy Bacon of Newtown.
Thank you. I'd like to recognise I'm speaking on the land of the Gadigal people, which was never ceded. I'd like to thank Pauline Lockie for moving this motion, and in fact this is the 4th time she has moved a motion at this council. I'd also like to recognise the work that Charlie Pearce has done. He's a highly qualified chemist, and if I was all of you, I would read what he has provided you with, and if I was the staff, I would arrange a meeting with him so that you can have meaningful meetings with the Department of Transport. The St Peters interchange exposes the fraud of the WestConnect's planning process as much as Rozelle. There were meant to be 2 parks, there are none. The Department of Transport assured us that there would be. Instead, the whole area, a bit like the woman from Railway Parade was saying, the whole area has a feeling of being degraded, including some parts which the Inner West are responsible for. The site has a terrible history. It was once operated as a council, not this one, illegal dump. I'd like to point out to you that you are actually a stakeholder in this process. The previous motions, I get the feeling, yes, it'll be probably passed in block, yes, you'll all vote for it, but you're actually stakeholders. This means you're in a different position than the rest of us. You are our representatives and you have a role in the process. You're entitled, and you do apparently have meetings with the Department of Transport. As Charlie has said, the monitoring is so bad that in fact it amounts to being meaningless. I've recently written an article for The Guardian Australia on their investigations of recovered fines, and they raise issues about laboratories. You need to get to the bottom of why this monitoring is so appalling. So pass this motion, please. Do it. But then please take a little bit of responsibility and follow up. Last time, I think the letter was only sent after I, as a journalist, had rung a few times. So follow up and don't just wait for the minister's response. Inadequate responses has come through. Don't just wait for it to come back to you. Follow up, ask the staff to follow up and get to the bottom of why this interchange is so contaminated and why there is such inadequate monitoring by our own state Labor government staff. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're at 8:35, so we're more than 2 hours into the meeting. We haven't got to dealing with any of the business at all as yet, so this is quite an unusual meeting. We've now got for item 28, which is Sister City relationship with Bethlehem, we've got 4 speakers registered. 2 of them have spoken previously on the previous debate. So I'm going to ask them both with respect whether they need to speak again, given that we do want to actually deal with the motions. The first for item 28 is Gail Kennedy of Lilyfield, who is online. Gail, do you have new issues that you wish to raise?
Listen, thank you very much for asking me. Look, I'll pass on this, and I think there'll be an opportunity to speak to it later. Given the time and the environment, I feel like, yeah, I'll pass on it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Much appreciated. Fahad Ali of Ashfield, do you need to speak again?
Look, I'll just make some brief comments if that's all right.
Do you wish to speak again?
I do.
Thank you.
Look, I am honoured to be a resident of the Inner West, and I have been from most of my adult life. I'm also incredibly honoured to have been invested as an honorary citizen of the city of Bethlehem in 2016. The comment I want to make is with regards to social cohesion. I'm a Muslim, and I am an ambassador for a city that has great relevance to my own faith, but also to the Christian faith as a birthplace of Jesus Christ, who in the Muslim tradition is a prophet, Isa. It is something that I think is representative of what we should be striving towards, coming together of people from different backgrounds, different faiths, united by our shared culture, our shared history, and shared traditions. That is as relevant in Palestine as it is in the Inner West. And I think that's something that is incredibly important for us to all reflect on, that coming together. And to hear tonight that, this mass turnout of people, which I'm very sorry to councillors present has extended the meeting, but, to hear that this is threatening our social cohesion, in my view, it's actually bringing it together. This is an enormous turnout of people who are united. That is something I think we can all draw inspiration from. And, whether you're Muslim, Christian, Jewish, whether you have no faith at all, any faith at all, I think we need to walk together in recognition of our shared humanity. And I think in recognition of Palestine, it's far too long, 70 years of occupation. I think the council should advocate on this issue, and I just want to thank you all again for your time and consideration of this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Peter Jennings of Marrickville.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About 20 years ago, a gentleman whom you all know, I'm sure, Sam Iskander, a former councillor and former mayor of Marrickville, worked to establish a sister city relationship between Marrickville Council and the city of Bethlehem. But Sam didn't want it to be just a council here talking to a council over there. He wanted it to be a person to person, the people of Marrickville to be involved with the people of Bethlehem. And so he asked a number of us to establish an organisation called Friends of Bethlehem, who would relate then with organisations, with community groups in Bethlehem, such as around health or education. And so we've been going for about 20 years, close to 20 years now. We're a small organisation, we have 32 members, but I'll just give you 3 examples of the things we do. Every year we pay for the tuition of a Palestinian woman to study nursing. We've just finished, it's a 4-year course, so in the last 8 years we've just finished our second nurse. The only condition we put on them is that when they graduate, they are to remain in the occupied Palestinian territories, work as a nurse and serve their people. The first one who graduated was from Gaza. The second one was from a little village about 30 kilometres outside Bethlehem. In the last 12 months, we've lost track of the one from Gaza because there's very little electricity, so there's no internet connection, very little mobile phone connection. We can't contact her, we don't know whether she's still alive or not. It's interesting to note too that the Marrickville Council, the first year of this scholarships for nurses, nurse training at the University of Bethlehem, Marrickville Council made a contribution towards assisting the education of that nurse. St Bridget's Marrickville, the Catholic Church there, 2 years paid a significant contribution towards the scholarship, towards the education. The second area where we've been involved is campaigning around Palestinian rights. One area we're particularly proud of is persuading the New South Wales ALP conference in 2018 was passed nationally. And interestingly, the main drivers of getting it through the national conference by campaigning, by twisting arms and encouraging people to vote were Anthony Albanese, Tony Burke and Bob Carr. So I think my time's up. I'll leave it at that.
Mayor, under Dakota meeting practice, can I ask a question to Mr. Jennings? Thank you. Thanks for coming along to speak tonight. I'm just wondering if you can share any of the collaborations that the previous Marrickville Council did with Bethlehem. You mentioned one, which was contributing to the scholarship. Do you have any other examples? And do you have any examples of any person-to-person interactions between the Inner West Council and Bethlehem? Has there been any?
Yes. In the year 2007, Marrickville Council brought out the Mayor of Bethlehem, Mayor Victor Battershea, brought him here to Marrickville, to Sydney, for a brief visit of about 10 days. They put on a number of talks with him and a public reception. And the Friends of Bethlehem were also able to organise meetings with him with trade unions, especially the Palestinian Workers' Union. And also one Sunday he spoke in 3 churches around Marrickville: Catholic Church, Anglican Church, Uniting Church. As he said, he's never felt so holy in all his life. They also brought out, there was Diana Nasser, a worker from Bethlehem City Council, whom AusAid brought to Australia for a training course, and she spent 3 months of that training course on secondment to Marrickville Council.
Mr. Jennings, with great respect, I'm just going to ask that you conclude your answer to the question, as it's not a second speech.
Okay. And the third visitor who came out, brought out by DFAT, Department of Foreign Affairs, was the Mayor, Dr. Vera Barbal, who came to Australia for a training course and spent a week here in Marrickville as hosted by Marrickville Council.
And sorry, Mayor, just the second part of that question was, has Inner West Council?
I'll just remind you, Mr. Jennings, you're not required to answer the questions. You've now had longer speaking than anybody else tonight. I'll allow Councillor Griffiths to put his question to you, but I would like to be able to get on with the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jennings.
I'll leave some leaflets on the table outside if anyone wants them.
Thanks very much. Last speaker for this item is Jennifer Callan of St Peter's.
Thank you, Council, for being willing to listen. And I'll just start by a very brief acknowledgement of country and pay my respects to the Aboriginal elders and any Aboriginal people here tonight. It's particularly important, I think, for people who support the freedom of Palestine, for the Indigenous people, to support our own Indigenous people as best we can. I'm going to start by waving this as an example of a person-to-person relationship between a Marrickville, now Inner West resident, and Bethlehem. I met Dina Nasser, who worked with Bethlehem Council when she was here. she was a person who had a talent for making friends and made a lot of friends here in the local area. I remember taking her up to Palm Beach with Marty Morrison, later of Inner West, and halfway there she started to get very nervous, and I wondered why. And she said, "Oh, but when do we have to go through the checkpoints?" She couldn't believe that we had been driving for maybe 30 minutes and hadn't been stopped by a military checkpoint. It was completely outside her experience. And anyway, when I went to Bethlehem, I was given this, and you might see the fine print. It says Bethlehem Municipality in English, and I presume the same in Arabic on the other side. So I'm very proud to be able to wear this. Other collaborations, though, that it was more than just a formal council relationship. We had an exhibition of children's photos from children in Ada refugee camp, which is in Bethlehem at the Chrissy Cotter Gallery. And that was also followed by a Marrickville artist, Nicole Barakat, going over to Bethlehem and working with artists there. I'm not sure Nicole might be here tonight. Perhaps, though, outstanding amongst the artistic relationship was a donation by a very prominent local person, Bronwyn Bancroft, who donated one of her prints to Bethlehem Council. Marrickville had it framed, and it was taken over by a Marrickville council in her hand luggage. And as far as I know, it's still there in the Civic Centre in Bethlehem. This isn't actually what I planned to say, so I hope I'm not too disorganised. But I really do think that the sister city relationship, or you could call it community, twin towns, it was important. It did bring people together. Bethlehem also is a very important city. Its importance in the world is in inverse relationship to its size. It's not a big place, but it probably has more. I better stop, but the mayor of Bethlehem who came had the support of people like the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, the former President Jimmy Carter of the US, and the Archbishop of Jerusalem. And he came to visit us in Marrickville. He gave us a week of his time, and his wife also came with him and spoke to women's groups, talked about the children. And when we actually had somebody sing another version of that famous song, O Little Town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie, a wall is laid where tourists stayed and people can't go by, and in thy dark streets shineth no cheerful Christmas light. The grief and fears of these sad years are met in thee tonight. And when one of our local women sang that song, Mrs. Battersea was in tears, but she was grateful to have to teach the children of Bethlehem, something she took back from us to them. I think it's important we continue this relationship. It would be really sad to see it go after all these years, after the work of former councillors like Sam, who was already mentioned, also Mary O'Sullivan, who went there as another former councillor, probably well known to you. So I just hope that we do pass both parts of this resolution, because although we can't do anything about the poverty in Bethlehem caused by the no tourists, I was speaking to my friend there yesterday. She said she was in the Church of the Nativity. There was not one. Sorry, I will conclude by saying there was not one tourist there. We don't want to further depress people. We'd like to give them some hope that they have got friends so far away as even Australia.
Your time has expired. Okay, we're up to we've got a long way to go. We're up to item 31, notice of motion supporting and growing reuse. And the first speaker is Jocelyn Bell of St Peters.
Yes, I'm the founder of Australia's first and only paint reuse charity, Circle Paint. We're located in St Peters in Pensacola. You're probably aware that there's an industry stewardship scheme for paint known as Paint Back, which funds collection and disposal of waste paint across Australia. The paint bank's funded by a 15-cent levy on every litre of architectural and decorative paint sold in Australia. But unfortunately, since it started in 2016, it sent all of its water-based paint that it's collected to landfill through a contract with Cleanaway. And this has included the paint collected through the EPA in New South Wales, both through the community recycling centres, such as those in the Inner West, and also through household chemical clean-out events. So I started Circle Paints to address climate change because paint has a very high carbon footprint. Producing 1 litre of paint produces 38% more carbon than producing 1 kilogram of steel, but paint is not currently recycled in Australia. So Circle Paints has to date been collecting surplus paint from trade painters and then selling it at half the Bunnings price to mural painters and DIY painters on tight budgets. So until recently, the EPA has been unwilling to support diversion of household waste paint from landfill. However, this month, the CEO of the EPA agreed to support a trial of paint reuse, provided there was a local council willing to collaborate with Circle Paints. So I'm hoping this trial can take place in the St Peters CRC, which is just down the road from our shop. So Helen Bradley, the Inner West Council's Resource Recovery Planning Manager, is happy to facilitate the internal approvals for a trial. However, I'd be very glad if the councillors would be willing to show their support for a trial in our council area. This would be a great benefit to the planet and also to local residents who have better access to affordable paint safe from landfill. Thank you.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Our next speaker is Kirsten Juna of Marrickville. Again.
Good evening again. I just want to say thank you to Justine for bringing this motion to the Council and for raising the importance of the emerging circular economy. Reverse garbage, I'm speaking, as the CEO of Reverse Garbage this evening. Reverse Garbage for over the past 2 years as members of Charitable Reuse Australia has been on part of a co-design team that has resulted in the release of groundbreaking data funded by the New South Wales EPA and involving all reuse charities across New South Wales. On the 17th of June this year, this data was unveiled at Reverse Garbage. Tony Chappell just mentioned now, the CEO of New South Wales EPA, spoke at the release of this data that was funded by the New South Wales EPA. It received great attention and media attention, and was groundbreaking that this was the first of this study in Australia. Interesting facts, 107 million, this is just New South Wales, reuse items were sold last year, $432 million saved through second-hand purchases, and 321,000 tonnes of CO2 were saved from going into the environment from reuse rather than recycling. There are many social enterprises and circular economy not-for-profit businesses in the Inner West, and there's the potential for growth. I think we all know and love the music of the Inner West and the creative arts of the Inner West, but there's, I think, the potential for the circular economy, the sustainability, and the environmental, social, and economic impacts that are created through the circular economy to be equally recognised. We all know that Inner West residents are equally passionate about their environment just as much as their music, creative arts. This motion is asking the Inner West Council to recognise the value of and the benefits of the emerging circular economy across the Inner West. A group of us have already started a circular economy networking group where we meet monthly to work out further ways that we can promote and advocate for reuse within the Inner West and also for the benefits across the board. In the same way that the Inner West had the Creative Arts Roundtable, we are asking that we have a circular economy roundtable for all businesses. It's not just about promoting, it's about advocating greatly across the community for people to recognise the difference between reuse, recycling, and the environmental benefits, social and economic for all.
Thanks very much, Kirsten. Our next item is item 32. The first speaker is Camilla Lawson of Marrickville in person. Camilla, are you here?
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank Justine Langford, Councillor Justine, for tabling this motion and suggesting to me that I speak. So this is about affordable spaces in Marrickville for artists to work. I run an affordable space, so that's why I'm here. It's called Little Majestic, and I'd like to describe to you what an affordable space looks like and how it all works. I'll go straight to the spoilers though, to the end, and that is Little Majestic will be closing in 5 weeks' time. So why? So Little Majestic is a large creative warehouse in Sydney Street. It's 900 square metres, and it's quite fabulous. It's quite special warehouse, unlike other Marrickville warehouses. It's got windows on all sides of it. It has a very private, open courtyard. Artists like to work with other artists. They like the company of artists and makers. I set up Little Majestic. I am the sole leaseholder. I'm an artist. I took a huge financial risk and a huge legal risk to take this on. I'm just a sole trader. I've got 24 studios there at Little Majestic, and there's about 30 artists. The majority of them make a living from being an artist. I have made a living from being an artist for the last 30 years and support my family that way. In the last 11 years, I've been running creative spaces in Marrickville. In that time, I have contracted over 200 other artists. And if you times that by the other 24 artists that are currently at Little Majestic, you realise that these spaces are actually very viable, are very sort of important financial spaces for artists to make a living. So what has happened to us? We've been there for 5 years. We have a 5 + 5 year lease. Our lease was then due for review in terms of the rent. So what is an affordable space? An affordable space, as I said, for me is 900 square metres. I sublease half of that space to other artists. So all of the artists are contributing to the rent and the outgoing of the space. So my current rent is $150,000 a year. I'll just give you the figures, the facts. What can artists afford? They can afford 12 to 24 square metres, and they can afford $10 a square metre. I've run out of time, I can't believe it, so I will just go straight to the chase, is that our current owner wants to double our rent. I reached out to the wondrous community of Marrickville, the creative community. Two groups actually came together because people want to save Little Majestic. They put in a very commercial offer for this property. It was rejected. So we will close in 5 weeks' time. Why I want to support this motion is that if there is a way that council can actually support these affordable spaces by working with owners, by creating incentives so that owners do want to continue with artists there, knowing that perhaps they can't pay the top dollar, but they can still pay a very sort of commercial rent. What can I say? We're going to close. What is Little Majestic going to become? Yeah, maybe a dog hotel. Thanks.
Muriel Juchau of Marrickville.
Hi, thank you very much for your time, councillors, and thank you, Justine Langford, for putting this motion to the council. I'm speaking to you on Gadigal land, and I'd like to acknowledge elders past and present, our country's first storytellers. I'm speaking as a local writer. My partner is also a screenwriter, and I'm part of a diverse local community of award-winning writers in Marrickville and the Inner West. In fact, they include a 2024 Booker Prize listed writer, multiple Miles Franklin winning writer, and I'm talking to you today about the lack of creative space for writers in particular. Writers are the backbone of many industries, screen, television, theatre, as well as books. And Marrickville, according to a recent report, has the highest proportion of writers of any other Sydney suburb. But as with all other local artists, and we just heard from another person who's sadly losing their space, our ability to create is under threat because of a lack of suitable writing space, affordable creative space, and high rent. In Marrickville, when I last rented a space, which was in 2022, around the time I wrote to Justine Langford, I was paying $150 for a small room in a pretty rundown building on a noisy road with no air conditioning and no equipment. I've recently been able to rent a space in Haymarket for half the cost of that room in Haymarket Creative, which I'd really encourage the council to look at as a really optimal model of a creative space that works really beautifully and is a thriving hub of 5 levels filled with different artists, creative groups, filmmakers, theatre makers, musicians. So I was paying $150 for this space, had to move out because there was an asbestos problem in the space or near the space. And then later I found the space in Haymarket. Recent analysis shows that there's an exodus of creatives from Sydney, unlike other capital cities in Australia. Since 2011, we have lost creatives from Sydney, whereas in Melbourne they're up 37%, in Brisbane they're up 50%. That's the Sydney Morning Herald report. The Inner West Council prides itself on its artist community, so I'd encourage the council to consult with your local creatives and develop more suitable and affordable space for them. And as I said, Haymarket Creative is a really good model to look at. It's government subsidised, but we still pay rent. We have a mixture of hot desks and permanent desks, a really optimal space with air conditioning, security, cleaning, kitchens, working toilets, things like that, just basic things that writers need. And I'd hate to see what's happened to the speaker we just heard from happen to other creative spaces.
Mayoral, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks as your time has expired.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, we'll move on to item 34, notice of motion, 2 new all-weather sporting fields in Callan Park. I understand there's a number of children who've left, given how much time has expired. So I'm sorry about that. There's not much I could do. As you can see, I was trying to get through the agenda as efficiently as possible. As has been agreed, we'll hear from all of the speakers on this item. I note that the next item with registered speakers also includes a number of items, and I'm going to ask for your cooperation in ensuring that no one speaks twice and that points that have already been raised don't need to be addressed a second time. We're at 9:05. I'll call the meeting to order. We're at
I have a point of order.
I'll call the meeting to order. We're at 9:05. The meeting's due to conclude at 11 o'clock. We've yet to vote on a single motion, so I am going to seek everyone's cooperation in ensuring that the meeting can be dealt with efficiently. I assume everyone who's here tonight would like to see their motion voted on, and that won't happen unless we speed things along a bit.
I have a point of order.
I'll move to
I have a point of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you. How many times do I need to ask, Mayor?
Please proceed, Councillor Griffiths.
My point of order is that the motion that we voted on before was that we would only hear all the speakers for the previous listed items of item 23, I'm pretty sure. No,
it wasn't. You've got that wrong. It was 23 and 34.
And 34, okay, but not 42.
Councillor Griffiths, I think the record is clear. I think it would be, frankly, pretty disrespectful for you to now insist on other people being cut off after all of the speakers here for your event.
Just clarifying the previous
I'll call the meeting to order.
Motion, Mayor.
Well, you moved a point of order, which you were incorrect about. There's been a procedural motion which you voted for both items to be heard.
Mayor, you can't speak against point of orders.
Councillor Griffiths, I'll call you to order. You're now objecting to the speakers from item 34 being heard in full.
Move on with the meeting. Hurry up. Stop being disruptive.
I'll warn you, Councillor Griffiths, for your disrespectful interjection. Councillor Griffiths, with great respect, I'll warn you for your interjection and disrespectful behaviour. I've been nothing but respectful to you. I ask you to desist. I'll issue you a warning. We'll move on to item 34. I'll ask that you not interject while the speakers are being heard. David Birds of Balmain. First person to do that tonight. Thank you for that, David. That's ironic. Okay, Second speaker is Lincoln Charles of Annandale.
Good evening, councillors. I am the Senior Vice President and Competition Secretary for the Leichhardt Saints Football Club. I joined the Saints in 2006 at the age of 7, and in my current role, I've seen firsthand the critical need for improvements in our facilities. Every week as I check the weather forecast, I face a sinking feeling when rain is predicted. Our field at Balmain Road, which is already heavily used and in poor condition, often turns into a mud pit with just a bit of rain. This results in matches being washed out and players, particularly our junior players, experiencing frustration and disappointment. This season alone, we've had numerous matches cancelled due to the field conditions. If we had an all-weather surface, these games would have gone ahead, allowing our players to enjoy their sport and stay engaged. The impact on our young players cannot be overstated. Sport, especially football, plays a crucial role in young people's lives, providing not just physical activity, but also vital emotional and social support. For many young people, particularly young men, participation in sport is more than just a pastime. It's a key component of their mental health. Engaging in regular physical activity helps reduce stress, anxiety, and depression. It provides a structured environment where they can channel their energy positively, build self-esteem, and develop important life skills like teamwork, resilience, and discipline. Our club sees firsthand how football helps our players navigate life's challenges. It offers them a sense of belonging and a supportive community, which is particularly important during the critical adolescent years. Without proper facilities, we risk denying these benefits to an increasing number of local youth. Both clubs are at full capacity, being the Leichhardt Saints and Balmain District Football Club. And with inadequate fields, we are facing the difficult reality of having to turn away more young players who desperately want to be part of our sport. This is not just about improving our playing conditions, it's about ensuring that every child who wants to participate in football has the opportunity to do so, with all the positive mental health benefits that come with it. Investing in all-weather fields would not only solve our immediate facility issues, but also significantly enhance the well-being and development of our young people. It is an investment in their future and a commitment to fostering a healthier, more inclusive community. I urge you to consider these important aspects as you will make your decision. By supporting this initiative, you will be making a meaningful difference in the lives of many young people in our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Lincoln. Next speaker is Paul Avery, the President of Balmain District Football Club.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Paul Avery, and I'm President of Balmain District Football Club. Throughout my 20 years with the club, I've spent a lot of time advocating for more fields and improved facilities for local players. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote yes to 2 all-weather fields in Callan Park. The popularity and growth of football in our community is beyond dispute. Between Balmain and Saints, we have almost 4,500 players. The number of girls and women playing football for our clubs has doubled in the past decade. What we don't have is enough fields, and with no space for new ones, we need to dramatically increase usage of what currently exists. This conversation tonight should be about facts and need and critical sports infrastructure, but unfortunately those who oppose all-weather fields have made it about misinformation. I expect many people here tonight have found their cause subject to opposition misinformation. Kids can't play on all-weather fields when it's raining, is one of the statements made. Obviously not true. Synthetic fields are made from dangerous plastic, when in fact the synthetic fibres are made from polyethylene, same material deemed safe enough to use in water bottles, food containers, and plastic food wrap. The no vote will tell you all-weather fields lead to more injuries, and then quote overseas reports about gridiron players. It's classic misinformation, because it's not about Australia, nor even about our form of football. It's not supported by recent Australian medical research, nor Sydney's largest sports medicine clinic. It's simply misinformation. The misinformation tonight you'll hear continues with everything from short lifespan of synthetic fields to dumping them in landfill. Not only is that misinformation, it's blatantly untrue. Reform Recycling, Australia's first synthetic turf recovery and recycling facility, opened in January this year in regional Victoria, with funding from the Victorian government. But the one you'll hear the most tonight from the masters of misinformation is that natural turf, better designed, better maintained, can deliver the same usage of all-weather fields. The example they'll give is Middlehead in Mossman, a multi-million-dollar turf field redevelopment that's equal to all weather, except it isn't. And we know it isn't because publicly available data reveals the myth of Middlehead, this natural turf field that supposedly solved wet weather forever, was closed more often than our own turf fields. 40% of weekend match days, Middlehead Oval was washed out. During that same period from April to July, Tempe Synthetic lost just one weekend, while the all-weather field at Rudd Park in Belmore has not lost a single training or match day this season, not one. All-weather fields deliver increased usage. That is a fact, and that we have the data to prove it. Please don't be misled by the misinformation campaign of those who have constantly said no. I urge you to vote yes to this motion tonight.
I must note that there are a lot of people applauding both sides of the debate on whether we have all-weather fields in Callan Park. I'm not sure if everyone's clear on that. Our next speaker is Maisie Tanner of Dulwich Hill.
Good evening. My name is Maisie Tanner and I've been playing for Balmain District Football Club since my dad first taught me to kick a ball. This year marks the 22nd year of me playing at the club, from Tiny Tigers as a 5-year-old to now being captain of our Premier Women's team. I'm also on the club's executive committee and chair of our women's committee, and when not involved in football, I'm a clinical nurse specialist in mental health. But tonight I have the privilege of speaking about something significant to our community, the Balmain District Football Club All Abilities Special Needs Program. This initiative is not merely a program, but it stands as a beacon of hope, a symbol of inclusivity, and a testament to the transformative power of community support. Over the past 11 years, our program has grown into our district's most extensive All Abilities program, proudly supporting nearly 40 remarkable players. But football transcends the boundaries of sport. It's a universal language that unites us all, and for our special needs players, it represents far more than just a game. It's a lifeline, a source of immense joy, and a platform of self-expression and friendship. Yet to ensure these players can flourish, we must provide them with accessible and reliable playing surfaces. And with an all-weather surface, our players will no longer face the frustration of cancelled sessions and missed opportunities. They will have a safe, predictable, dependable space to practice, play, and grow, ensuring their experience remains uninterrupted and consistent. Consistency, routine, and structure are essential for our players, especially those with special needs. The repeated cancellations due to the weather dampen the anticipation and excitement of these children for their football sessions, undermining their sense of routine and stability. The sensory implications of playing on a wet and muddy pitch must be considered, and for many of our players, such conditions can be overwhelming and uncomfortable, detracting from their participation ability. An all-weather surface mitigates these sensory challenges by offering a stable, smooth environment, enhancing their overall experience and engagement. Additionally, an all-weather pitch addresses mobility concerns, children with difficulties running and walking. These surfaces provide superior traction and support, enabling them to move freely and participate more fully in drills and games. And by reducing their physical barriers, we ensure that every child can enjoy and benefit from the sport. The value of an accessible football surface extends beyond the field. It fosters a profound sense of belonging and achievement, and it sends a powerful message that every player, regardless of their ability, is valued and capable. And at BDFC, we are driven by the belief in the potential of every individual. So by supporting the development of all-weather surfaces at Waterfront Drive and Balmain Road, we are enhancing a physical space and creating a legacy of inclusion, resilience, and unwavering support. I urge the Council to champion this initiative, not only for the substantial benefits of improved infrastructure, but for its promise of a brighter, more inclusive future for all our residents. And together we can create an environment where every player can shine and reach their full potential regardless of their ability. Thank you.
Thanks, Maisie. Our next speaker is Ruby Bruce of Stanmore.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Ruby Bruce and I've proudly played for the Leichhardt Saints Football Club for 18 years since I was 6 years old. As a long-serving player, former vice president and current committee member, I speak tonight with a deep commitment to our club and the broader sporting community. In May 2019, I advocated for all-weather fields in this very chamber. Over 5 years later, no new all-weather fields have been established in our area, and our need is even more pressing. As a current player on the Leichhardt Saints women's premier team, champions of 8 titles in the past 10 years and competing for our 9th this Sunday, I witnessed firsthand the missed opportunities for women and girls in our local area due to inadequate facilities. This Sunday, we'll be playing on an all-weather surface in a neighbouring local council area, underscoring the stark disparity between our resources and those available elsewhere. I also would like to address the motion proposing that the council convene meetings with local sporting groups to discuss field maintenance before considering new all-weather installations. While addressing maintenance issues is important, this motion feels like another delay. Local football clubs, including ours, have been clear about our needs for years, myself included in 2019. We need action, not further discussions. Since my first season in 2005, our club has seen a significant rise in women and girls playing football. In 2019, we had 292 female players. This year, we registered 376. However, with over 1,100 players in total, Leichhardt Saints Football Club is at capacity. This capacity is determined by our access to field space. We've maximised our field allocation for weeknight training and cannot host regular home games for all teams due to space constraints. This, paired with the frequent washouts this year alone, illustrate that it is impossible for the capacity of natural turf sporting fields to meet the demands for use. Our president has previously detailed why Balmain Road Sports Ground is an ideal site for an all-weather surface, and it's a perfect fit for our community's needs. This is not just about convenience, it's about providing a safe, reliable environment for our players to thrive. Our club and Balmain have clearly outlined our needs. The time for action is now. Delay tactics only keep our players on subpar fields and stall necessary improvements. By supporting the installation of all-weather fields at Balmain Road and Waterfront Drive, Inner West Council can address these urgent needs and ensure equitable facilities for all. Let's act decisively and support our local athletes by providing the quality facilities they deserve. Thank you for your attention and commitment to our community's sports and future.
Thanks very much, Ruby. And I remember your speech from 2019, and that one was just as good. Just for clarity, I think there's been a problem with the remote access for Councillor Shetty. Councillor Shetty, can I confirm if you're still there?
Perhaps I can help. She is on the phone on her way here, but she's listening on the phone.
Oh, okay. She's on her way to the meeting.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for that. John Thompson of Lilyfield. John.
God. Yeah, I'll have it when I'm finished. My time's ticking. I'm John Thompson. A few of you know me. I've spoken at a few council meetings for Lights at Birchgrove Oval. I'm an ex-president of the Balmain Football Club. I've been a member of the Balmain Football Club since about 1997 when my eldest child started playing football. But I've been going to Callan Park since the 1980s as a dog walker. My kids went to daycare in Callan Park, and we used to often take the dogs for a walk with the kids through Callan Park. So I speak not just as a member of the BDFC, but also as a dog owner. Callan Park is 61 hectares. Currently, dog on leash is 39.65 hectares. Dog off leash is 20 hectares. Sports fields make up 3.83 hectares. The proposed all-weather football fields will make up 0.6 hectares. So the argument that dog owners will miss out because 0.6 hectares is taken for use for 4,500 sports club members just does not hold water. There will still be, for those that want to run their dogs on flat surfaces and throw the ball, Glover Street fields will still be available. King George Oval right next door will still be available. Leichhardt 2 will still be available. And for those that don't want to travel all the way to Callan Park, Rozelle Parklands has just opened up, opening up another 10 hectares of space that dog owners can use. So, as a dog owner, I am quite happy to give up 0.6 hectares for the sports people to use and gain the enjoyment for the boys, girls, men and women to have better facilities in which they can enjoy their chosen recreation activity. Thank you.
Thanks, John. The next speaker is Louisa Larkin of Balmain. Now, Louisa, I'll note that you've already spoken this evening, so can I just request respectfully, do you need to speak again? And if so, are you able to address additional issues beyond those that you've already raised?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, I have spoken already and I am aware of the time. I just want to just address, well, really just remind those who are present and the council that, you know, the sports fields themselves need to be accessed by roads. And one of the biggest issues the park has right now, and this is before we have, you know, all-weather sports fields, which will enable greater numbers of players. It will extend later into the night with the trial that's going on the lighting, 9 o'clock in the evening and after. One of the biggest issues that isn't being solved right now and is in fact actually just being ignored is, where are you all going to park? Where is all this car space going to come from? There's been an approved car parking space down at Glover Street for, I think it's 72 car spaces, which I know we all are desperate to get, but the GSP has been unable to find funding. We have speeding issues in the park, where there have been a number of near fatal misses and a number of dogs have been run over. We have parking up on grass on, you know, right where the beautiful landscaping is, and the landscaping and nature is one of the most beautiful things in this park, and that's why a lot of us go there. So I do think there's bigger issues to be dealt with here, and I just want to point that out. The only other thing I just wanted to say, because I'm keen not to repeat myself, is just 18 months ago, the companion animal management plan was finalised, and that involved a whole series of community-wide consultations, and I think there were actually 3 rounds of it. Everyone had an opportunity to speak, everybody. And what we're concerned about is that the biggest thing for us is the flat access to those lovely spaces on the sports field on a shared space access. Now, taking that away is undermining the whole companion animal management plan. What is going to be next for us? And that, you know, we're very worried about where this is going to lead. So I'm going to stop now because I know there are lots of other speakers to speak. And I do thank you for actually giving us the chance to have our say tonight.
Thanks, Louisa. Our next speaker is Paul Power of Rozelle.
Good evening, councillors. I'll start by saying I was a member of BDFC for over 11 years. My 3 children played with BDFC. My eldest daughter actually played rep soccer. I'm a trained underage manager. I manage, assisted managed, coached and assist coach for over 11 years. I love sports and I love my role in BDFC. But in 2006, the BDFC went behind the community's back and supported Sator's and Sydney Uni's proposal to build an 8,000 student campus in Callan Park, all for the promise of the use of an extra playing field. The BDFC does not respect Callan Park and all their other users. the council should actively plan to provide a proper modern natural turf playing field and provide funds for proper modern maintenance. And please do not poison our water, our air, and our children. And may I suggest you first provide a car park. Why not go to Roselle Parklands and put an artificial ground in there? There's more space for you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul. I think it's pretty difficult to ascertain what the position of a football club was in 2008. I don't recall that being their position, so I'd ask that we address the substantive motion before us rather than making retrospective accusations. Our next speaker is Gloria Mao of Lilyfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. I object to the motion. 1, synthetic grass does not belong in Callan Park. 2, priority allocation or exclusive use to Balmain and District Football Club at the Waterfront Oval is wrong. Waterfront Oval does not belong to any one sport or sport club. It is only fair that other sporting codes have access to the playing fields. 3, discussions on Roselle Parklands did not belong in this motion on sporting fields in Callan Park. Roselle Parklands is not under the control of Inner West Council. It's under the control of Department of Transportation. And council should not make any deals with any sporting club on what can be used there in Roselle Parklands or use it as a trade-off to remove one sporting club from Waterfront Oval and put them in Roselle Parklands, for example. And then 4th, council should not proceed with a report when there's still massive objection in the greater Inner West to synthetic surfaces in Callan Park. Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephen Conady of Lilyfield. Stephen, you there?
Yeah, just having trouble starting my video.
All good. Well, we can hear you, if that's any reassurance.
Okay, well, just go ahead. So thanks, Mayor and councillors. Look, I just want to say that I'm speaking against the motion. I am a footballer currently with Balmain District Football Club, and I just enjoy my football immensely. Love playing down at Waterfront and Glover Street playing fields. But I've spent a lot of other time in Callan Park, and I enjoy the other uses. And I'm just a little bit concerned that we're really going to lose the balance between the various uses of the park going down, having 2 synthetic fields. I also think we need to just be conscious of the process that is in place. So Greater City Parklands is the landowner. They have a plan of management that they're putting in place. And so that process needs to be respected. And if we follow the proper process and go through a proper consultation process, I think we can get all of the community's views and make the right decision.
Thanks, Stephen. Our next speaker is Hall Greenland of Leichhardt.
Good evening. I'm speaking as the president of Friends of Callan Park. The case against this stuff, this plastic grass, is so overwhelming that 3 minutes is scarcely time to give credit to the case. But I want to leave you with 5 irrefutable propositions. 1, this stuff is a major pollutant. 2, it contributes to climate change. 3, it increases injuries for kids. 4, it's exclusionary in the privatisation and the monopolisation of public open space. And 5, there is a better alternative. On the pollutant front, the major downside is the enormous amount of microplastics that a single field can shed. The chief scientist reports up to a tonne a year of microplastics off the surface of one of these fields. This is a danger both to the living environment and human health. There's no disputing that. I know the Chief Scientist report is also full of possible ways to mitigate this dangerous stuff going into the environment, but none of them claim to eliminate it. Besides, they are all very expensive and very unrealistic. Walls, solid fences, cleaning stations, stormwater microfilters, and so on. And ultimately, they aren't effective. On the pollution front, there's also the presence of PFAS, or forever chemicals. I know the Chief Scientist report says their presence is within acceptable limits, but it's only in the past 12 months since that report was released that there has been growing concern in the scientific community over the serious impact on human health of these forever chemicals. On climate change, there can be no argument. The demand for this plastic grass sustains the fossil fuel industry, the key driver of dangerous global warming. These fields also create heat sinks and replace grass, which is a big carbon sink. As for increased injuries to kids playing on this stuff, even the meta-study in the Lancet last year that claimed there were overall fewer injuries on plastic grass also found that it increased the incidence of injuries to kids. How something that is polluting, contributing to climate change, and increases the possibility of injuries can be good for kids is beyond me. I also note that Labor councillors on Lane Cove Council agree. They oppose plastic grass on the Bob Campbell Oval in Lane Cove. Yes, it's disappointing that a combination of bad weather and natural turf mean that some games are cancelled. It is a problem, first world problem perhaps, but real enough. But the solution is investment into research, better design and management of natural turf fields. You can brush this aside as a furphy, but it is in there in the Chief Scientist report as a real alternative. This approach seems to me to be unavoidable, and the sooner this approach is embraced, the better. I trust this council, if not this one, definitely the next, will throw out this dangerous and unnecessary proposal. Thank you.
There really are a lot of people clapping both for and against all-weather surfaces in Callan Park. Maybe just people like a good speech. Well, they don't want to concede that about Hall. Okay, Daniel Haig of Drummoyne against the all-weather fields. Daniel, are you here? Can I just ask you to try to add something new to the debate if possible, given we're well beyond the normal code of meeting practice for the number of speakers? And we are up to 9:34 without having voted on a single item. A new record. No, not here. Okay. Cynthia Nadai. Now, Cynthia, we've heard from you once already, so can I ask whether you need to speak again to this item? Are there issues that you haven't raised? Ah, there you go. Thank you for that. Very disciplined. I'm trying to get the nuance of how you get a clap in this room tonight. I'm determined to get one. Just one. I'm not sure if that's the only way to get one. Our next speaker is Carol Allen of Leichhardt, who's against the all-weather fields. Waved. Excellent. Thank you for your discipline. Oh, I can tell you I'm going to wave my right a few times to get that sort of clap. Okay, we've got 2 items to go before we get to vote on anything. And I've got to tell you, we're on track to vote on nothing tonight, so I am going to ask for your cooperation in getting on with the meeting. For this item, it's item 42, Callan Park playing fields. Now, we haven't resolved, I know, Dylan, you weren't expert on this, but you were interested in it. We didn't vote to say everyone could speak on this. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 4. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. But we're addressing the same substantive issue. So I'm going to ask each person, I'll read out your name. If you want to speak, you definitely can, but I'd like to finish before midnight. So I'm going to ask each person if they need to add something new. Louise Appel of Lilyfield, who is against. Do you wish to speak? Okay.
On that one. And I do.
There's a few people
wish to
who've spoken on a different side to what they were registered for tonight.
Yeah,
So
look,
please
I
proceed.
know. So first of all, thank you, Mayor, thank you, councillors, and thank you, residents, and thank you to all of the patients. And particularly thank you to Councillors Stamoulis and Shetty for putting this motion forward. It's very much appreciated. This notice of motion is different to the others. It speaks to both the distressing lack of research by the council concerning the use of synthetic turf and also the lack of fundamental communications between any of the entities responsible regarding the location of the Callan Park playing fields and the question of the owner's consent. So in principle, what I'm saying is that this motion and the repeated request for the Inner West Council to note some preliminary considerations should be voted in unanimously. Put simply, at this very late stage in the debate, and that's been touched on by quite a few people, over synthetic grass in Callan Park, we still do not definitively have permission from the landowners to do so, consideration of early feedback in the Callan Park Plan of Management, any visible sign that the council overall has read or engaged with very clear scientific data from the chief scientist and public health bodies indicating that synthetic turf is not best practice, a clear understanding of where the promised 20 million from Transport New South Wales is and what we can do with it, clearance to install plastic surfacing in an 1870s site which is on the State Heritage Register, and an honest and frank picture of why these playing fields have been failing us and failing our children. Now, may I be so bold, Mr Mayor, to run through a quick history of the two fields in question. So, like a previous speaker, I've been around this area for a long time. Waterfront Oval is where the local vintage car clubs held open days and fetes, among many other things, when I first knew Callan Park. It is reclaimed land, and in over 30 years or more that I've been using it, it has been levelled, seeded, mowed, had sprinklers installed, but as the population of children in the area grew, it has never had proper planning to make it work for our kids long term. And can I just point out that the population of sport playing children in our local council area is now in decline. It is not too different from 30 years ago, it just has less weeds. Balmain Oval began being used later, but like Waterfront Oval, it has never been dug up, relayed, it's never had proper drainage. King George Oval has, and it's now servicing multiple sports. As parents, before we ask ourselves whether access to these fields in rain, hail or shine is affecting the mental health of our children, I think first we should look at the catastrophic consequences of the irreversible environmental damage that they have inherited instead. And perhaps consider that covering playing fields with 10 years worth of plastic containers, and thank you for that, Paul Avery, single-use plastic containers surely begin to filter into our waterways and the fish we eat and our bloodstreams. This will have far greater consequences on the mental health of our children.
I'll ask you to conclude.
This is it. Not just for 5 or 10 years that they're playing sport, but for the rest of their lives and the lives of their children and grandchildren. So, Council, keep our playing fields natural, look after them, invest in the futures of our kids and uphold this motion.
Okay, Thomas Britton of Balmain. In favour of the motion. Thomas, you here? Thank you for that. Susanna Zabo of Marrickville. Susanna, you online? Gone? Paul Avery of Balmain District Football Club. Paul, do you wish to speak again?
Mr Mayor, I'd love to, but it's brevity.
Interesting. The football club showing the most discipline. Something in that. Terence Kelly of Newington, Homebush.
Yeah.
Terry?
Thank you, everyone. As you know, I've been here many times, speaking on behalf of cricket. The other sport, which seems to have been neglected in this whole conversation, that .06 in summertime is used by cricket. It has been for 140 years, been using waterfront. So all of a sudden now, one usage sport will eliminate that. Now, we're told, oh, we can go to Parkland, you've got a ground over there. But like other sports, we are growing with young girls who want to play the sport. So where are we going to put them? In the Inner West Council area and in this particular space. We've heard about how we can replace this by good drainage and the use of a better turf. There are other alternatives. Cricket will lose out. We'll lose out on a heritage situation if one sport plays there. Is that right? Is that the right way we should treat one of our biggest sports in Australia? I don't think so. I think that we need to reconsider. We need to look at how this ground is operated. The council need to come to the party and look at the drainage. The drainage is shocking. I agree entirely with the Balmain Football Club on that. It needs a lot of work. It should have been done when it was refurbished. It wasn't. There wasn't any greater deal of investigating in the turf at the time, and I did mention it to the people putting it in at that time. So we need to reconsider this. So for that point of view, yes, I am opposed to the loss of waterfront, and I have a personal reason for that, is that as a young boy who grew up in Haberfield and the local area, lived in Annandale for many years, waterfront was a place I played the sport of cricket. I will lose that. And so will a lot of young people who also play for Balmain Football Club, girls and boys. So where are we going to go? Again, we're being pushed. It's happened in other municipalities. It need not be done here if the council is prepared to look at other alternatives as we've discussed, and I don't think we need to go through that again. Thank you very much.
And now we've heard multiple speakers for and against on this item over two listed items. So I'm going to ask Paul Power, Callan Coleman and Cynthia Nadai, do you need to speak to this? Or have your issues already been addressed? Okay, thank you for that. No need?
This is Callan Coleman here. I would like to speak.
Please proceed.
Right. I can't enable my video, but that's fine.
That's okay. We can hear you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Well, it looks like we have Garnet Brownbill on the screen. No?
That's because my video is not enabled. Somebody at the council has to enable my video. Anyway, as long as you can hear me.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Now you can hear. Okay, great. And I would appreciate the 3 minutes that you have afforded to everybody else. By the way, I know it's late.
We won't be cutting you off. Please proceed.
Pardon me?
We won't be cutting you off. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. I'm a local resident, father of 3 husbands, soccer coach with Leichhardt Saints, hockey player with Macquarie Park, and a dog owner. I happen to live on Balmain Road, directly across the road from the Balmain Road Sporting Ground. I'm a community advocate and support what is best for the park's sustainability and the surrounding communities. I do support the idea of the all-weather pitch for the Inner West, and I've played personally on synthetic pitches for the last 30 years in all-weather conditions except lightning. So I have no objections to synthetic pitches, and I would disagree with the idea that they cause more damage. I do not support, though, the current proposed locations in Callan Park because I think that it needs better proper consultation, and with that to find suitable locations in Callan Park that won't impede other activities such as cricket and so on. And I'm not going to go through all those other things. Regarding microplastics, by the way, synthetic textiles are much bigger source of microplastics, and these pitches are one-off creations that will help a huge amount of people as opposed to the negative impacts of other things. Callan Park is approximately 60 hectares, which somebody said. It's about 100 soccer pitches. We are just looking for space for 2 of them. And as mentioned before, the local sports clubs do desperately need suitable facilities for the growing demographic of families in the area and so on, regardless of the claim about things being in decline. I would encourage as well the consideration for multiple sports usage, such as soccer, cricket, and as well as hockey, which doesn't have a local club. I have to travel miles away to go to somewhere to play that. On a separate note, I would say to the stakeholders of Callan Park and to Roselle Parklands, written many. We are talking about children, people with special needs, all these. Please, 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 don't just think it's one. Yes, focus on health and safety issues, things about microplastics and all that, when you're actually not addressing the key factor of safe passage of people in and out of these parks. Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, Callan.
Football club. I stand. Core issue, our community urgently needs all-weather sporting fields. The current state of our playing fields is insufficient for the demands placed upon them. We have faced frequent cancellations due to wet conditions that disrupt not only our games, but the health and well-being of our players and the broader community who rely on these facilities. The proposed motion's approach of deferring decisions and seeking additional consultation may seem prudent on the surface, but in reality, it stalls progress and leaves us without the infrastructure we desperately need. Our club and many others in the Inner West have waited long enough for improvements that would allow us to play and train consistently throughout the year. We urge the Council to show leadership and commitment by prioritising the installation of all-weather fields and ensuring that we follow best practices for their use and management. It is crucial that we move forward with clear plans and a decisive approach rather than allowing ongoing discussions to perpetuate the current inadequacies. Leichhardt Saints and Balmain DFC are ready to work with Council to address these challenges. We seek a forward-looking solution that ensures our fields can accommodate the growing demands of our community rather than an indefinite delay that keeps us in a state of underperformance. In summary, we call upon the Council to reject the motion and instead commit to concrete actions that will deliver the all-weather fields our community needs. Leadership means making tough decisions and taking decisive action, not deferring progress indefinitely. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt. The last item for which we have speakers tonight is item 50. It's a question on notice about playing fields. And the speaker is Garnet Brownbill. Now, Garnet, I'm going to seek you've registered as being against a question on notice, which is an unusual one. But I note that you've previously registered from somewhere in the northern suburbs. It might have been Mossman, I can't recall, but you're now registered as being from Tempe. And we've previously discussed whether you are representing a commercial entity or whether you're speaking in regards to the field. So, Garnet, can you clarify those issues for us?
Councillor, Mayor Duffy, thank you. I think you have your facts mixed. I think you're talking about Mick Badham there. Mayor Darcy Burns. I am a representative who has lived in Tempe for a period of time.
Are you living there now?
No, not now.
Okay. Well, that's a little dishonest in your registration, but...
Of the concern. Sorry, am I speaking or can you hear me?
Well, I was just clarifying whether you'd registered saying that you're a resident of Tempe, but that's not the case.
What I'm talking.
That's not what you just said.
What was the question?
Please proceed. It doesn't matter where you're from.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss.
Call the meeting to order.
Tonight.
Mr. Brownbill will be heard in silence. Please proceed, Mr. Brownbill.
Thank you. I'm speaking as a representative of the Natural Turf Alliance, the NTA, a community-based organisation that has over 35,000 members across Australia. The NTA acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the lands on which we work, live and play, and as such we pay our respects to elders past, present and future. Just on this, it is extremely difficult to comprehend how council support and acknowledge the connection to the country of traditional owners and custodians, yet involves council covering these lands with plastic surfacing materials such as synthetic turf, known to cause vast environmental harm and degradation to the lands and waters on which they are situated. Hopefully someone can address this tonight and seek a response from council. In addressing item 50, it is clear that the information provided fails to include the maintenance costs for the replacement of the synthetic surface as part of the maintenance regime required for plastic parks. Councillors, to maintain a synthetic turf field, they require full plastic surface replacement after 7 to 10 years, dependent upon the hours of use. This is a substantial cost involving millions of dollars. Case in point, Lambert Park. In 2014, Lambert Park was converted to a plastic surface at a cost of $3.5 million. 10 years on, in 2024, the surfacing replacement cost for Lambert Park were over $2 million. Thus, it would be clear that in this 10-year period, from 2014 to 2024, it has cost council $200,000 per year, when the $2 million is averaged across the 10-year period. As such, the annual maintenance fees for synthetic turf rise considerably and far outweigh the maintenance costs for natural turf. Utilising the reporting provided by council staff, the amended annual maintenance funds that now include maintenance funding of $200,000 for the replacement of the artificial surface, the annual cost for synthetic turf is $223,000 a year. This is a substantial difference of approximately $156,000 per year when compared to natural turf. This maintenance costings discrepancy is further supported by reporting undertaken in 2019 by the West Australian Government. Their reporting indicates the long-term maintenance costs for natural turf fields equates to over $1 million for 25 years, just under $1.8 million for another following 25 years. Compare this with synthetic turf, the cost for the first 25-year period is approximately $2.7 million, but then blow out to $4.3 million in the following 25-year period due to the additional maintenance, resurfacing and associated layer replacement for synthetic surfacing. This reporting is further supported by synthetic surf industry experts and consultants. Reports provided to the NTA indicate that whole-of-life costing is $280,000.
Mr Brownbill, your time has expired. I'll ask you to conclude.
Yeah, finishing up. Yep. It is clear that there is very little known about the long-term impact and financial ramifications of synthetic.
Mr Brownbill, your time has expired. I'll ask you to conclude.
It was the last sentence. Now I was trying to read it to you.
I'll ask you to conclude.
Yeah, it is clearly indicated in the New South Wales Chief Scientist report that states there are significant knowledge gaps.
Mr Brownbill, your time has expired. I'll ask you to conclude.
Okay, thank you.
We've been going for 4 hours. It's the last item. Why don't we disrupt the meeting again with it? Mr Brownbill, have you concluded? Okay. It's almost 10 o'clock. We've been going for 3.5 hours, the longest public gallery in the history of the Inner West Council. I'm sure the low-income workers who have to leave here after everybody else tonight won't feel the same way. I'm going to move, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting, as I've been consistent in doing. I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting for a period of 10 minutes so the councillors can get a cup of tea and come back to vote on the items. Is there any objection to that?
Just vote for the bloody motion.
Sorry. Seconded by Councillor Scott. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? All those against? I'll declare that motion carried with Councillor Griffiths against. The meeting is adjourned for 10 minutes.
It's a lot, eh? Fucking heavy, eh? It's a heavy burden, you lot carry. Look at this fucking agenda. Sorry, no offense, pardon my French, but this is a bit.
Respect the motion, the process, please just do that, just for everybody.
How can I trust this process?
That's okay.
It's fine, it's the process we have.
Sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Huh?
I know. Yes, maybe oh, and it says it in English.
Okay, we'll resume the meeting. I'll ask people to retake their seats. I'll ask all councillors to take their seats. We'll resume the meeting. I'll ask everybody with respect to retake their seats. Not able to resume the meeting until everybody is seated. Thank you for that. Now, as indicated at the beginning of the meeting, quite some time ago now, I intend to move a procedural motion to bring forward items 34 and 23 in front. There you go, and you'd get a clap sometime. In front of all other items, but prior to that, in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, we need to deal with condolence motions and mayoral minutes. There's one of each. They won't take long. It'd be very bad form to interject during a condolence motion. So can I ask for everyone's cooperation in hearing that out? We'll only take a few minutes if there's no interjections. So we'll go first to the condolence motion from Councillor Sardoulias.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a condolence motion on behalf of the late Aristomenis and Athena Spiropoulos. Motion is that the Inner West Council record our sadness of the passing of Aristomenis and Athena Spiropoulos and write to the Spiropoulos family expressing our condolences. Aristomenis Spiropoulos passed away on the 26th of June 2024. His wife Athena passed away on the 12th of January 2024. Together, they ran the iconic cake shop on Illawarra Road, Marrickville, for several decades. Aristomenis' love for pastry started when he was just 12 years old, working in a cake shop in Patras before he and Athena opened their own cake shop in Agapitos years later. The couple had 2 children, Effie and Cosmos, who migrated to Australia and purchased the infamous cake shop, even naming it after Athena. The Athena cake shop became an institution and a cornerstone of the Marrickvillian community. It wasn't only their cakes that were delicious, but Aristomenis and Athena's warm, welcoming nature that brought Greek culture to so many people. Every Greek would travel to Marrickville just to purchase the cakes from Athena's. I know as a child all of my birthday cakes and my siblings were from Athena's. In 1995, Effie and her husband Christos took over the cake shop and ran the cake business after her parents retired. Since 2023, Athena's new owners have embraced the cake business with much love and anticipation and continued the great legacy left behind by the Spiropoulos family. In recognition of Athena Cake's permanent stamp on our community, we extend our deepest condolences to Effie and Cosmos and their respective families. Vale, Aristomenis and Athena, your legacy and contribution to the Marrickville community will always be remembered.
Thank you, Councillor Sardoulias. The motion is seconded by Councillor Howard. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Howard will refrain from speaking. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the condolence motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. There's one mayoral minute.
Oh, right. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've got one more.
Okay, sorry about that, Councillor Sardoulias.
Okay, sorry. The second one is Jack Passaris. The motion is that Council record our sadness of the passing of Agapitos Jack Passaris and write to the Passaris family expressing our condolences. Jack Passaris was born in Alexandria, Egypt and arrived in Australia in the early 50s. Jack participated in a range of not-for-profit boards and community organisations, most recently serving as Chair of Multicultural Care from 2003 until December 2020, remaining as a Director of the board after this time. Jack always had a strong passion for multiculturalism and for the development of a culturally diverse society, and it was during his time on Marrickville Council that their libraries developed their multicultural collections. Jack was a board member of the Ethnic Communities Council of New South Wales and a foundation and life member. Jack was the second person of Greek heritage elected to Marrickville Council. He was also a former deputy mayor and served for 19 years as a councillor. He was president of the Greek Orthodox Parish of Newtown for 46 years and was treasurer and trustee of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of Australia. He was a trustee of the Foundation for Hellenic Studies. In 2009, Jack received the Order of Australia Medal for his services to the community and local government. In 2014, he was awarded the Premier's Lifetime Multicultural Community Service Medal. Vale Jack Passaris, your legacy and contribution to the Marrickville and Greek community will always be remembered. Our sincere condolences to the family and the Greek community.
Hear, hear. Thank you for that, Councillor Sardoulias. It will be seconded by Councillor Howard. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Councillor Howard will refrain from speaking. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the condolence motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. There's one mayoral minute which I'll table very expeditiously. It's in relation to Inner West Olympians. I move that Council note that this has been Australia's most successful Olympic Games ever, largely due to the extraordinary performance of female athletes, and that Council note that the Inner West community has been well represented at the Games by local athletes including Ellie Cole, Genevieve Longman, Sienna Hearn, Kendall Brodie, Alex Wilson, Claire Hunt, Rachel Gunn and Evie Hasseldine, and that Council host a reception for Olympians from the Inner West, including their families and support teams who competed at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. I'll refrain from speaking to it. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Howard.
I just have a short amendment. I'm about to send the wording through, but it would just be that council dedicate a perfect match mural in Tempe to celebrate the achievements of female athletes at this Olympic Games.
That sounds like a good idea. I'm happy to incorporate it into the primary motion. Can I ask you to provide that wording to the minute takers, please? Councillor De Cruz.
Yes, I think that point 3, if we could amend that, and point 2 to include Paralympians who may come from the Inner West too. And those games are about to be held now, and so that both acknowledging and reception include them as well.
I'm not sure that I'm in a position to name the Paralympians, but I certainly agree with the sentiment of your amendment and am happy to incorporate that into point 3.
Point 2 as well.
Well, I'm not able to name the...
But including is still there. So you don't have to name.
I'm open to any wording that you wish to move as an amendment. Councillor De Cruz, could you provide it to the minute taker?
Oh, just leave it as that. And I'll be grateful if you have Paralympics in point 3.
Okay, thank you for that. That's incorporated. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll now move to suspend standing orders to bring forward items 34 and 23 to be voted on now, seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We'll bring forward item 34. Can I ask that it be displayed on the screen? I'm the mover of that motion. Councillor Scott is the seconder, and I'll speak briefly to the motion. It was not an easy thing for us to win an additional $20 million out of the current New South Wales government to improve Rozelle Parklands. The reason that we needed to do so is because the previous government had designed a process in which we would be handed over a half-finished park, a liability. The Rozelle Parklands, for those of you who aren't aware, is meant to be the compensation for local residents who've been impacted very significantly by the construction of the Rozelle interchange. The council went through a detailed and thorough consultation process about where the all-weather playing surface that had been allocated to Rozelle Parklands in the initial design could be installed elsewhere, given that it wasn't delivered by the previous government, and that could be funded out of the $20 million that we've been able to secure. The proposal before us tonight is that we undertake not one but 2 all-weather playing surfaces, and that is to service primarily both Balmain District Football Club, the largest junior football club in Australia, and Leichhardt Saints Football Club, also one of the largest institutions in this local community. The reason the 2 clubs have been pushing so hard for an all-weather surface is because there's been an influx of women and girls into football and into sport generally. Sometimes it's called the Matildas effect. But there hasn't been a commensurate investment in new facilities that will allow more female participation. I'm going to seek an extension of time of 2 minutes.
I move 2 minutes.
It's moved by Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Can I ask if that's been recorded? Thank you for that. So there's been this influx of women and girls into football and other sports, but because we have so little open space in the Inner West, we need to deliver greater utilisation of existing fields unless we're going to continue to have children and young people being turned away from the health and social benefits of sport. To that end, both the two clubs that I have mentioned have been advocating very strongly to say that there should be two all-weather surfaces, new all-weather surfaces within Callan Park. And I'm very proud to put forward their proposal tonight with Councillor Scott, and I want to speak briefly to the reasons for supporting that. I think that in the context of Callan Park, using less than 2% of the overall space to ensure that more kids get the health and social benefits of sport is an obviously good thing. I want to pay tribute to Louisa Larkin, who is the coordinator of the Callan Park Dog Lovers Facebook group. And I've had discussions with Louisa today, and I want to propose an amendment tonight to incorporate the preferences and concerns of the dog walkers within Callan Park as well, and I'll speak to that briefly in a moment. In addition to that, what we are proposing is that the new oval playing field within Rozelle Parklands be dedicated from this summer as a cricket facility, and that it be used for AFL into the future as well in future winter seasons. That will mean that there is a much better facility than currently exists at the Waterfront Drive playing fields in Callan Park for the use of local cricket clubs available within the next few months. I know that there are, look, I don't often do this, but I want to pay tribute as well to Friends of Callan Park for the work that they've done in the past. Everybody recognises 25 years ago the role they took in the overdevelopment of Callan Park was important. But I do think that the families from kids and young people for additional facilities outweigh their interest. And I'm very pleased to be putting forward a proposal that will mean that a whole lot more kids and young people are able to participate in sport. And that's the ethical basis for what we're putting forward. So I will move that motion. Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am really proud to be putting this proposal forward with you, and I really thank Balmain District Football Club and Leichhardt Saints for the positive engagement that they've had with the Mayor and I coming to this proposal. I think you've spoken comprehensively to the way in which this will benefit local families and the 4,500 members of those two junior football clubs. I would like to also emphasise the fact that this is a genuine win-win for all types of sporting clubs, including cricket and including Aussie rules. Now, I doubt they'll be playing actual AFL at Rozelle Parklands, and I'm a stickler for AFL is not a sport, but they'll definitely be playing Aussie rules down there. And the one thing that we can't do in the Inner West is create more space. But what we can do is use it more efficiently, and we can allocate it more equitably. And the fact that we were able to negotiate with the incoming state government for an additional $20 million and then use that in a way that benefits not one, not two, but 3 sporting grounds and multiple clubs across multiple sports is a real testament to the way that we've engaged strategically and positively with clubs and residents and their members and families in our area. This is a wonderful and positive proposal, the biggest investment in junior sport that we've seen in the Inner West for quite a long time, and I'm very proud to stand behind it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or
He supports the continued use by sports of all 5 ovals in Callan Park and for generations ahead. That won't change. But the vast majority of our community does not want to see synthetic turf in a beautiful, iconic 1870s heritage landscape on the waterfront. A parkland which is listed as an item of state heritage significance and is one of Inner West Council's great biodiversity assets. And we'll talk to that later tonight, I expect. The Inner West has the second lowest open space ratio of the 130 councils in New South Wales. We cannot alienate land for one use, especially in an iconic parkland. We are so proud to have Callan Park listed as one of the 5 iconic parklands of Sydney. And we're immensely lucky to have this green space in the middle of our community, and work is being done to improve its purpose for us and its mental health benefits for every member of our community. Of course, Inner West Council cannot approve synthetic turf at Callan Park. We can't do that at all. We know this. in many ways, this is a bit of a phony debate just prior to the local election. The approval must come from the GSP, and we've asked you several times, Mr. Mayor, to present us with that letter of approval, and you have not done so. Approval must also come from the Heritage Council. We've asked for that, and that letter has not yet come. As for the funds, many of you remember receiving in your letterbox just prior to the 2021 election, where the Mayor said, I've got $15 million to spend on parklands. Great election promise, we never got the $15 million.
Mayor, I'd like to move for an extension of time of 2 minutes, please.
Moved by Councillor Shetty. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Langford.
All those in favour?
All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Please proceed.
Thank you. We never got that $15 million. Here we are asking, getting ready to receive $20 million that was announced, I think, in January, still has not appeared. But it's wonderful election commentary, isn't it? Let's get the approval from the GSP. Let's get the approval from the Heritage Council. Let's get these funds in the bank account and have a real discussion rather than a phony discussion. Also, we have a new field and a large training field in the Rozelle Parklands. Further improvements are being made very soon, such as lighting. This is the single biggest addition to sporting space in the Balmain ward, I would expect, in 100 years, in the Rozelle Parklands. And that's going to alleviate a lot of pressures. We must not forget that our children are also taking a central role in the environmental debate at a local, national and global level. We all remember Climate for Kids. We remember the school protests. Kids were telling us everywhere to protect the environment on a global scale. Here we are ripping up an iconic parkland. And finally, let's get back to the point that we all need to make all of our ovals, not just one or two, make all of our ovals productive. Not just one or two, all of our ovals. It's time to lift our standards for field maintenance out of the 1980s into the 2020s, and all kids will be able to use our ovals into the future. Thank you.
This will make a good story later. Councillor Shetty.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, Callan Park is a space that has a diversity of uses, and it's been clear from the contributions tonight, from the conversations that I've had with people in the community and the emails that I've received over the last several months, that there are people that both support and oppose the installation of these fields. Now, the Greater Sydney Parklands, who are the landowner, who do intend to consult holistically on the future of the park, acknowledge that early feedback demonstrates a diversity of views in relation to an all-weather surface sporting field in Callan Park. And I do want to thank all of the speakers who have come in tonight and taken time to contribute to the debate. Now, I've heard directly from members of BDFC and the Leichhardt Saints who want to be able to play sport. There are people who want to walk their dogs, people who have worked preserving the bush care sites for over a decade, who are really concerned about the environmental and biodiversity impacts. I've also been contacted by several parents of kids who play football, who have had games cancelled but still don't support the all-weather fields because they are more concerned about the environmental impact. Cricket has been played at the Waterfront Oval for 140 years, and people go to Callan Park enjoying passive recreation. And I don't think it's a good precedent to set to ignore the broad uses of this parkland and push through something for one group before thoroughly understanding the needs and views of the whole community. Now, the New South Wales Chief Scientist report in 2022 acknowledges that the social and environmental context of each playing field and its surrounds is different, and the implications on the physical, mental and social dimensions of health cannot be drawn without research or surveying the community. So the strategic direction within the Council's own community strategic plan of healthy, resilient and caring communities is more complex than just backing additional playing time for a particular sporting code. Now, the New South Wales Chief Scientist report also estimates that the amount of synthetic turf fibres lost from a synthetic field is likely to be in the hundreds of kilograms per year, and I do find this concerning, particularly for a field that's being proposed adjacent to the harbour, and it needs robust consideration.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an extension of time for Councillor Shetty to speak against this motion for 2 minutes.
This is a unique night. Seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour, against, declare it carried.
Much
Over to you,
appreciated
Councillor
for your
Shetty.
magnanimous support.
So, look, before I'm accused of being anti-sport, my 3 kids play soccer for BDFC. And they've had many sad weeks this season, missing their matches because of the heavy rain this year. I feel for them. My 11-year-old is devastated every time it rains heavily. And I feel for all the other families who have been in this same situation. I've no doubt that the local football clubs have been copying it on this front, and it sucks. And I want to thank all the speakers, particularly the kids who turned up to share their views but had to go to bed because it was too late. I do appreciate how disappointing it's been this year and a few years before when it also rained a lot. And I do want to assure the kids in particular that any considerations that I make are not just about you guys being able to get out and play football with your friends. It is genuinely coming from a place where I want to look after the environment for you and for your future. And I want to thank the speakers who are opposed for a variety of reasons, to the Friends of Callan Park for their decades of advocacy, and to the speakers from the football clubs, most of you who I know well, and I know that you care deeply about your sport and are advocating for what you believe is the best outcome for your community. I also want to acknowledge that just last year, our local sports clubs were criticising the council for not maintaining the natural playing fields well, and I do think there is a lot of work that needs to be done to invest and improve significantly the council's natural fields. Now, synthetic turf is a huge investment. As one of the speakers outlined, it's millions of dollars. It costs up to $300,000 a year, including the depreciation of the fields, and it is not a decision that should be taken lightly. Now, I think the notion that there has been a thorough consultation is ludicrous. There was no consultation on Callan Park. This was tucked into consultation on the Roselle Park lands. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the two fields that the Labor councils are proposing to install synthetic in are not fields under the control of council. Proposing synthetic fields in council-owned fields like Eastern Park, King George Park, Birchgrove Oval, Leichhardt No. 2 would also be incredibly challenging and would no doubt receive a similar level of a division within our community, but it's easy to push the decision-making off to somebody else. And it's easy to call on the GSP to do it. We know there's a plan of management process being undertaken by Greater Sydney Parklands that won't be complete until 2025. Let the GSP get on with their plan of management and consultation. Let the community have a voice. Let's go about this properly so we can get a positive outcome for the whole community.
Thanks, Councillor Shetty.
Mr Mayor, we've had 2 for and 2 against. I'd like to put the motion, please.
Just a moment,
Mayor.
Councillor. If it's okay, Councillor Scott, I have an amendment that I need to table to the motion. So just before doing that, I'm going to table for councillors a petition from, it's just under 1,500 local parents, about 1,460. It's 37 pages long of names and locations of parents from the Inner West community who signed a petition in support of 2 new all-weather surfaces in Callan Park. I'll provide that to the General Manager. It's quite a thick document. I can table that with you, please. And I want to move the following amendment to the primary motion, and I hope that this will be supported unanimously. That Council commit to funding a new fenced off-leash dog walking area in Callan Park with the location to be determined in consultation with local dog walkers. The Council consult with local dog walkers about other amenities and facilities that are needed within Callan Park with a view to partnering with Greater Sydney Parklands Agency to provide these urgently, and that Council strengthen our submission regarding the Callan Park Master Plan to emphasise the need for urgent action to improve pedestrian safety and traffic calming in Callan Park. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against that amendment?
Excuse me, Mayor. I actually have an amendment as well, or it's probably
Are
a
you
foreshadowed
against this amendment? Because I'm seeking to
motion.
incorporate it into the primary motion.
I'm not speaking to this, so.
Okay, well, I'll incorporate the...
Can I just make a comment?
Yes?
Just commenting that the GSP, the Greater Sydney Parklands, who are the landowners, have got the companion animal management plan, and they have confirmed to me recently that they have no plans to change it. So I just want to note that the advocacy is interesting, and I suspect that there is quite a bit of... I'm not going to give you a chance
to speak to something that you're not...
It's an amendment, isn't it?
It's an amendment that I'm seeking to incorporate into the primary motion. Are you opposed to it?
No, I was making a
Okay,
comment.
it's incorporated. Well, you don't need to make a comment if it's incorporated into the
Okay,
primary motion.
maybe
Thank
don't
you
need
for
that
that.
comment.
So we don't need to debate it. It's been incorporated. Sorry, the reason we're this late in the night is because everybody else took a lot longer. This issue is important too, I'm afraid. It's not just your issue that matters. Councillor Scott?
Mayor, we've heard 2 speakers for and 2 against. I'd like to move a procedural motion to put the motion
Excuse
to a vote.
me, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Scott is moving that the motion be put. Is there a seconder for that? If not, that will lapse.
Mayor.
Councillor Howard will second that. I'll put that motion, that the motion be put. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried. Under the Code of Meeting Practice, we're now required to proceed to the vote with a right of reply prior to the vote being conducted.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes?
I believe that there's no right of reply if the motion be put. Can you check with the Manager of Governance, please?
Okay. You took away my right of reply there.
Sorry, I think you did it to yourself.
That's okay. Okay. Thank you for that. I don't consider it a game. I actually think the motion's quite important. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried. Okay, we'll move on to item 23.
Yeah. I'll move item 23.
Please proceed, Councillor.
Okay. Councillors, this motion is about the ethical use of council rates. The motion asked you to change policy to exclude companies and organisations involved in human rights abuses, as well as weapons manufacturing, including those used in the invasion of Gaza and occupation of the Westbank. Last month, the International Court of Justice found that Israel is practicing apartheid and that the occupation of Palestine is unlawful. Israel is also facing allegations of breaching the Convention on the Prevention of Genocide in the ICJ, the world's highest court. And this allegation is being put by South Africa, a country that knows too well racism and colonialism. When the Inner West residents see injustice, they want us to take action and they want us to show solidarity. When we see genocide and apartheid in Palestine, we want to make the Palestinian fight for freedom and justice our fight. There is broad consensus among Palestinian civil society for boycotts and divestment from Israeli and international companies that are complicit in the violation of Palestinian human rights. Councillors, as community leaders, we all have a responsibility not to look away on catastrophes and injustice when they occur. We all have a choice. We can't look away. Councillors, I urge you to answer the call. I believe all councillors here tonight believe in human rights and want to see them protected. I know that on December 4, 4 of the 8 Labor councillors signed a statement by Jenny Leong and Anthony Diadam. The statement said, the occupation by Israel, ongoing since 1967,
I'd like to move some extra time for Councillor Griffiths, please. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yep. Councillor Atkins is moving an extension of time of 2 minutes, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
The statement said, the occupation by Israel, ongoing since 1967, continues to involve the military occupation, illegal settlement expansion, land theft, violence, discrimination, restrictions on movement, and the subjugation of the Palestinian people. Councillor D'Arienzo signed the statement. Councillor Stevens signed the statement alongside Councillor Jury and Councillor Scott. If you truly believe this statement, then I hope that you'll join me and take action. Councillors, we have a choice tonight. We can join councils like Marybeck, Darebin, City of Sydney, Canterbury Bankstown Council to ensure that we are not investing in the weapons industry or companies complicit in the violation of human rights in Gaza or the West Bank. We have a choice not to look away. I urge you to answer the call.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Lockyer, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, please. I'd like to thank Councillor Griffiths for bringing this motion to Council and for all of you who've come tonight to support it. I know all of us have watched in horror as this absolute catastrophe has continued to unfold in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territories. There is a growing international consensus that what we are witnessing is a genocide and apartheid, and it is being live streamed to our phones in real time. If there is any hope to be gleaned from this horror, it is to be found in the people who are standing up against what is happening and doing what they can to push for a ceasefire and a just and lasting peace. That is, in essence, what this motion is asking us as a council to do. Pretty easy to say that there's nothing we can or should do as a local council to affect a war that is happening so far away. Let's face it, money talks, and there are choices that every level of government can make to build pressure towards these objectives of a ceasefire and a just and lasting peace, and to make sure that our money isn't being used to fund or enable human rights abuses, whether they're being committed in Palestine or anywhere else. Of course, all councils have obligations to make sure we adhere to principles of sound financial management, which is also what makes this motion important, because it calls for the reports and information that will give councillors in the next term the information they will need to balance these obligations with our community's fair and just expectation that we are not using their money to inadvertently fund or enable human rights abuses. And I hope this motion is supported by everyone tonight.
Further discussion?
I could speak very briefly. I'd just like to address the points that people have made about local government addressing local issues. Local government is about local issues, but local issues are not as limited as conservative media and others would have us think. Progressive councils have taken a stance on broader issues for many years, supported by their communities. This is not revolutionary, and this council has indeed done it in this term. Council's role in these areas is twofold: as an advocate, a voice for our community, and to do locally what it can do to further its community's views. We've already passed resolutions opposing the resumption of military hostilities in Gaza and other various matters. Now it's time to ensure that our investments and procurements are ethical and do not support weapons manufacturing or violations of human rights, including in Gaza or the other occupied territories, or indeed anywhere else. This motion might be focused on Palestine, but it takes a broader approach and will be equally applicable to Sudan, Myanmar, or human rights violations against Kurds. Thank you.
Further discussion? There's no further discussion. I'll move a foreshadowed motion and speak against the motion, and I'll ask the minute takers to table the foreshadowed motion on the screen for the information of councillors. I want to say at the outset that I understand and respect how stressed and concerned people here tonight are about the atrocious conditions in Gaza and the other Palestinian territories. I consider Benjamin Netanyahu a reprehensible character whose pursuit of a wider war is both self-interested and immoral. Near the beginning of this crisis, the Inner West Council resolved a principal position condemning the atrocities of Hamas, calling for a ceasefire and advocating for a Palestinian state. I note that regrettably, Councillor De Cruz voted against condemnation of the Hamas October 7 attack and even opposed our call for the release of the hostages. I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. Council upholds an ethical procurement policy based on clear principles: avoidance of unethical investments and purchases, probity and transparency throughout the procurement process, and delivering value for money for Inner West citizens. One principle that has been unanimously and deliberately excluded from that policy is racially, nationally, or ethnically based procurement decisions. In line with the procurement policy of the Council, which has been unanimously endorsed by us all, we all voted for it, we have always committed ourselves to ethical decision making. We are the only council in Australia that is 100% divested from fossil fuels, and 100% powered by renewable energy. Seek an extension of time of 2 minutes. Moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Howard. I'll call the meeting to order with great respect. In 2022, the Council, in adherence to this policy, unanimously adopted a recommendation of Council officers to enter a contract with Hewlett-Packard for IT products and services. All councillors from all parties and independent councillors voted for this, including the councillors who are moving the motion before us tonight. Council's legal officers have advised us that there is no grounds for refusing to pay the $74,000 annual licensing fee that is payable through that contract. They further advise that cancellation of the contract on any grounds, including racial or ethnic grounds, could result in serious legal problems for the council, which ratepayers would have to foot the bill for. I note...
Point of order, Mayor. I believe we need to hear you in silence.
Thank you for that. With great respect, I would ask that the principle that I've tried to uphold since the start of the meeting, that people be heard democratically and respectfully, be upheld. You tell me when you've finished interjecting. I note in closing that our Inner West Council has been able to deliver a huge amount for Inner West citizens because we are focused on local responsibilities, not foreign affairs. Delivering high quality services and infrastructure and strong financial management is what we should remain committed to and focused on. So I foreshadow the following motion to be debated if the primary motion is defeated. Is there any further discussion of the primary motion? If not, I will go to Councillor Griffiths for a right of reply.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Part of the substance of the motion which I'm putting tonight is boycotts, and boycotts work. It's one of the things that we have a proud history here in Australia of utilising this tool to break the racist apartheid regime of South Africa. We can think of the Springboks where there was boycotts. We can think of local government not letting the all-white South African football team not using council facilities. I think these are things that we look back on and we're proud of. But the catastrophe and the historical moment that we're in now demands the same form of politics. And that's the main thing I'm trying to put forward here tonight. And I think what differentiates the motion I'm putting that calls for action compared to your foreshadowed motion. The other thing which is different is that the foreshadowed motion doesn't change the procurement and investment policies. We really do need to consider human rights in these policies, and I'm disappointed not to see that in the foreshadowed. I thought that was actually a pretty low bar to be able to embed basic human rights principles in our two of our key policies. And what's it asking for? Well, as people have said, a broad range of human rights, not only the horrific invasion that we're seeing right now in Gaza, where 40,000 people have died, been killed, murdered, but also some of the other things that we care about as well, modern slavery, the human rights abuses in Sudan. I think, so I'm shocked. I'm shocked that actually we're not all able to come to agreement around that basic policy change. I think people should vote for this motion. I commend the motion because it goes some way to joining the global intifada for free Palestine from the river to the sea.
I'll now put the Griffiths-Lockie motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against, please raise your hands. That motion has been defeated. I respectfully request.
Shame on Labor. Shame. You've made your decision tonight. You've made your decision. We'll see you at the election. You're not getting back in.
I move that the meeting be adjourned for 5 minutes. Is there a seconder for that? That's seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The meeting is adjourned for 5 minutes.
We don't want you anymore! Shame on all of you! Shame on you! Shame! 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 Your head in shame! Hang your head in shame!
Is it on? No.
It's corrupt the people too. We won't be silent. Stop the bombing now, 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 now. One. We are the people too. We won't be silent. Stop the bombing now, now, now.
Okay, councillors, following concerns about safety from staff and councillors, the council officers... Following, I'll call them... I'm attempting to reopen the meeting, but it's in quite an unsafe environment. I'm afraid that if the abuse can't desist, we'll have to abandon the meeting. The police have been called.
What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? It's dead.
Haven't been able to resume the meeting. A number of... I'm going to make one last attempt, with great respect, to ask you to desist from abusing people. Okay. I'll note that the police have been called. It's obviously impossible to proceed with the meeting, and the meeting will need to be abandoned due to safety concerns. I'll ask councillors to clear the chamber.